councillors, staff, media, members of the public to our public deliberations following on from our 2 days of hearings this week. And we have an agenda for us. So I'm going to, Catherine, are you leading this for staff? I'm going to pass straight over to you then.
So today is your chance to consider the changes that you want staff to make to the annual plan. You have heard and you've read your submissions on the draft annual plan, and we had 422 submissions, which actually is quite a small percentage of our population. And most of these submissions related to the concern around the level of targeted sewerage rates on our small communities of Hawi and Luggett. So what we've endeavoured to do today is to provide you with some options which we can consider to delay some of those rate increases. There may be some things that you want changed today, but they may need to be consulted on. So we'll just need to be, we'll need to consider each of those changes and maybe they fall into their long-term plan. So today we've got this PowerPoint, which was to help structure a little bit around what we're going to be debating. And yeah, so we're just seeking your guidance around what you would like us to change. And the only thing we've got planned for today is actually lunch, which is at 12:30. So yeah, so it's very important. Yes, so that's the only plan. And so what I said is we need to have today changes. We have a very tight window to turn this around. We have just 2 weeks, so staff will be very much, as soon as it's finished, trying to change the documents and getting that ready for your 25th of June council meeting. The other thing that will be on that council meeting will be the rate strike, the paper that actually produces all the fractions and all the technical information. So that will also be on that agenda. And then we'll be able to rate at higher rates from the 1st of July. That was kind of what I wanted to introduce. So everyone's comfortable with that kind of agenda approach? Yeah.
Clearly there were some big themes and some common themes that we've got on the agenda, and they include the community law priorities. There were some very quite specific submissions in all of this. But what's the proposal for how we respond? Has somebody got a list of each of those that you need direction on?
So staff have given their feedback on submissions and pack. So when we do the consultation topics, external submissions, if there's something in there that you would like us to further investigate or give us direction on, then we'll take that at that point.
So effectively, this is your community as councillors. If there were particular ideas that came through the submissions that caught your interest and you want to explore further, this is the opportunity to surface those and ask us to act on.
Okay. So then makes sense to deal with the common themes first, the big issues, and then make sure we cover off the individual ones.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe let's go to the next slide. Next one. Right. This was just a notice around our legal obligations, I guess. So hopefully you've had a chance to read that. We do need to adopt by the end of June, or else we get in a bit of trouble. The next slide. This was just really showing sample properties, just reminding you of what the rates impacts are. So just the next slide. This was a useful table. It's very small, I know, on the screen, but hopefully on your devices you can really drill in. What's useful for me on this slide is the things that are the same. So where the things are the same, they're a fixed charge, and everybody across the district is paying the same amount. So it's really looking at the variables, and what you can see is, depending on your capital value, it's not actually that much different. So capital value doesn't affect too much, the rating. So this was just for your information, just as a reminder, to have that context.
Really helpful.
Cool. All right, next slide. It's 2 slides. So these were consultation topics. Maybe this is where we could talk about if there's any, those themes, topics that came up. Was there anything that anyone wanted to bring up? Now, maybe the next slide. Anything on fees and charges? Anybody wanted to raise anything about?
Well, we had specific submissions on things like traffic management. I think was the one that was specifically asked for some justification around the basis for which those were charged. Specifically, the paying for twice for this ward and once in the Upper Clutha, and some comments about the charge out rates. So
I think there was feedback given yesterday on that, which is that they're reflecting
some of them were for planning hourly rates, but not
yeah.
No, not for you're not for TV.
submission that Aaron Scott made on
Yeah.
behalf of.
No, I'm pretty sure we did ask their submission feedback on that.
Someone at Big.
Yeah. I just stepped down. We'll come back to that when he comes back in then. So he's got the response for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the matter with regard to the fees for the planning side of things, that's already been covered.
Covering that.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I think, Catherine, it's probably worth just reflecting on the list that was discussed at the end of hearings yesterday as items that maybe need to be picked up again.
Okay. Wait till they come back on that. Right, should we go to the Upper Clutha? We're obviously going to cover the Upper Clutha Community Board paper later on in the agenda, but if there was anything else that you saw in those submissions that you wanted to talk about?
The submission, apart from the key themes, is that what we're doing?
yeah,
Can someone just speak to the one, the Michael Rewe and Julie Scott talked about that land? Is there further information on that land?
I guess, we're doing an approach with Lynch Block, which is kind of.
Oh, not the
similar-
Lynch Block.
No, but a similar
Oh, okay.
approach will
Yeah.
be needed to be taken with that
Right.
approach. Need to go through a process to work out what the alternative uses are of that land.
Is it the first time that they've requested
This,
this? Or?
yeah,
Not the first one, no.
For new councillors, just so you know, there is actually currently a council resolution to do a land swap with that piece of land into Manawa. So we would have to reverse that.
Did the resolution specify that?
I think it still has to come back to us, but it
Go through changing the reserve status.
Yeah, no, but it didn't specify using that piece of land.
yes, it did.
Did it?
So, sorry, not using it, keeping it as reserve. So it's currently freehold, but functions as a reserve. The idea was the land swap to enable something in town, not said, but just so that you're aware,
Right.
there currently is something planned for it at the moment.
so what we could take from your direction, if everybody wanted that, was to further develop or further have that conversation.
So there's a number of things in the plan like this that don't necessarily fit in the budget that can be done anyway. Have you worked up a list of those things so that things to progress based on, or if we want to progress, do you want us to do, like as Nick's saying, do you want to talk about them here and to ensure that they do happen?
I think it would be good to have it on record that you were instructing us to do further that.
Okay.
Yeah.
It might be worthwhile if you want to talk about land now, because there were the two options that came through, the two conversations that came through in the hearings yesterday.
those 3, including the pickleball court.
Yeah.
Oh,
as well.
yeah.
So it's 3.
It's maybe to flag that we talk about land at the time.
So it's a question of whether you want us to go and to progress and work in working those options up is really the conversation at the moment, because every single year, for new councillors reference, there will be somebody coming and asking for that. And what you will have seen as well, that our processes at the moment for understanding these kind of requests around land, it comes in at various different points across the organisation. Sometimes it will come to you guys directly, sometimes it will come in through Marie, sometimes it will come in through the planning team. we do need to tighten that process up.
Yeah.
And there does need to be a conversation around equity there to
Yeah.
see how are we truly assessing the value of each of those pieces of land and the requests that come up. How do you guide as to how they should be used and who should be getting the benefit of that public good? So, I think there is a bigger piece of work
Yeah.
there. Obviously, if you wanted to take a stronger line today, you can, but I would encourage, my advice would be that you ask us to think about this further with regards to land requests and how they're treated.
Yeah, I'd support that.
Can I just suggest we have a light touch approach then, so that we understand what the council officers are thinking about, those requests, because we don't know all the barriers that sit in behind some of those requests.
Yes.
We only hear one side of the story.
But
So we,
I wouldn't want us to, kick these down the road because it's a difficult thing and we need to consider all the other options and there's
Do it
somebody
right.
else might want to do that, then maybe we need to go out to consultation. I mean, these are groups that have got money, they're not a bunch of randoms that have just walked off the street, they're engaged with staff previously, so
Well, I think it also.
it's how we show some support to keep their hopes alive.
So I would just jump in here. Marie's working on a process at the moment where we end up with sort of trusted partnerships with some of our most established organisations. So groups like the Housing Trust, groups like Mana Tahuna, they are groups that we have long-standing trusted relationships with. So that is a separate piece of work I do at the moment. I agree, John, we don't want to complexify this, but for those 3 specific asks, we could come back to you with a briefing, say, these are some of the challenges in the space, these are the opportunities, these are some potential pathways forward.
We put it down.
Just the other one that links in with that was the request for the support for the use of the lands next to the rec centre in Wanaka for the Performing Arts Centre. Yes, so that's that there was a specific ask for funding, but I think there's an implicit ask for sort of permission to consider that space and that land. So there's some common themes coming, and from a personal, I can't speak for councillors, from a personal perspective, we may not have much money to do stuff, but we can have land that we can enable other people to do stuff. And I think that's a space that will increasingly move into, notwithstanding equity. Gavin, did you want to?
Yeah, the only thing I was going to say about that, Housing Trust and Mana Tahuna request to keep in the back of our mind is that we had that request before for that land from the Housing Trust. There was a decision made to swap the titles, the freehold versus reserve title of land in town. That has been a resolution. It's still sitting there. But aside from that, we've also just done a consultation on the reserve management. Which included that being a reserve. So if it was not going to be a reserve.
So I think this is the kind of assessment we could do, because each of those sites has different specific challenges and implications. So we just need to come back to you with a very high level summary of what each of those requests might mean in practice.
How long that
Sorry,
take?
John was.
Yeah, thank you. Nick's asking for what time frame might be attached to that, which I think is a good, what would be reasonable time frame to get that back. But in particular, because the indoor sports centre proposal and the performing arts centre in Wanaka, there has been a lot of work done already on their part, and I don't want them to lose heart. And to be able to give them an indication of what we may be able to support. So, because I don't want to see them lose other funding that they've already, The other thing, there was a 5th one actually, wasn't there, which was a bit vague from Southern Infrastructure about staff engagement in a process for the cableway, which they had done no work on how much, although I've seen what they wanted earlier, which is very significant amount of staff time for something that it's got no clarity yet, but includes significant amount of council land that would be implicated later. So I think the others have probably got more priority at the moment because they're real, they're tangible, they're able to be funded. The other proposal that they're talking about cannot currently be funded through NZTA.
There is a slightly different process as well underway with Southern Infrastructure, which I think the person that's speaking to probably didn't have that in the So there is a process that we're going through where we have had to engage with them as officers to some extent with regards to regional deals, with regards to the land component, with regards to fast tracks. We are trying to sort of regroup and ensure that the right officers have the right understanding to be able to take the conversation forward. And that also in that schedule ahead, there is also a governance interaction piece as well that needs to be undertaken. So my advice would be view that as a separate proposal because it's a different stage in the process. But perhaps if we go away, I'm trying to eyeball some of my colleagues here, timings. Ken, I don't know if you'd like to comment on that.
Yeah, so a number of covered off have been a lot of conversations, and it's actually good to be at this point of conversation with sharing that with yourselves around how you take it forward. I think is what we've just covered off and picking up on Councillor Walker's point, you can give an abridged. This is the request, and this is the site. This is the current, designation and use of that site. And as councillors have touched on what it's been deemed for or what its potential use is, and you should report back quite smart on that, so that this table has some visibility about that. Your point around we've got groups that are very motivated, and as you pointed out, trusted partners, and in some cases well cashed up, the intent of actually investing. So we should make sure we're clear about that. In terms of the time frame today, we can come back to you early next week just to map this out, I think.
We've had the Westbusters asking to that category as well.
I have a response.
So and then picking up on Michelle's point, our colleague Marie Day's been working with an internal team and with the committee through Councillor Wong and about the 60 odd groups that since 2018 have also had a request in 4 different places, spaces. And for some of you, you may recall last week we heard from Charitable Trust at Public. So, they are an example where there are a number of these groups that won't actually have the means, but they're certainly delivering a really important, community interaction for us. So we just also need to be wary of that. But right now we've got live submitters that are motivated, so we just need to come back to you on that basis. Your point about the WAC, I think, we've obviously got, again, a compelling group that are well motivated, have an ask around a parcel of land, so we can respond to that working with our property colleagues. And then there was that issue of the investment around a feasibility study. And again, that sits heavy on our shoulders in terms of the gateway forward. But, it's against the current landscape of what's affordable and what's not. So we're really respectful of that. Is there anything we haven't? So just to summarise, we'll come back next week, liaise with Michelle and the team, firm up what a plan looks like and report back to this group.
We'll probably provide some information, and then if there's any outstanding questions, so it might look different for each different one.
Yes, just sort of like you say, so we keep the people on.
So just want to make comment on the southern infrastructure ask. That's different than the other asks for land. I think my take from that was, and speaking to the guys there, is they're going to push forward with that proposal anyway. They've got the fast track door open, and I think we as a council, if we don't get alongside them and try to be part of that process, we won't get the outcome that we want out of it. Some will get something, but it might not be what we want in there.
Good point.
I don't want to go down a rabbit hole with this.
No,
I mean,
okay.
to make a comment, I guess the point of clarification is that they always talk about this, feeding back into the community financially, and we never see what they're planning on doing. And in the same way, it's like if we're putting money aside now in a time of austerity to work on a project that's privately funded, either they need us or they don't, but they clearly do. And then, sort of how much pro bono do we do before knowing that there's a financial return? I'm all about it. I think they need to actually come to the table with their thinking and a bit more clarity as well.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm pushing for.
Okay. Any other?
Thank you. Question, Michelle. Do you have discretionary funding for that ask for the seed funding for the feasibility study for the arts centre?
Through you, Chair, Council, not so much discretionary, but what we would obviously need to do on the direction it's going, we would not do to look at how we fund it.
Thank you.
And again, report back on.
I think they've already done a piece of their own feasibility study and saw it. I mean,
but they still
the problem,
ask for.
the problem we have is they haven't even put a preferred location to us around the site. That they don't have a clear set view on their site yet. And I mean, we need to work with them to resolve those issues. But
I think from our perspective anyway, when you take away the rates conversations around Awa and Luggett, the big theme is social infrastructure.
Yeah.
And something that this council has woefully underfunded for many, many years because it's the easy one to cut. So this is in terms of priority. Once we have our rates conversation, this is the next one we need to tackle.
Yeah.
But we also need to get that strategic framework of what's important to the community first, rather than ad hoc, just because someone's got some funding or a good idea. What's actually strategically the right direction for us to go?
I think it's the right framing and how to think about it.
This one from me, John. The ask from the Community Housing Trust around the redevelopment of the Lynch block was to formally engage with QLDC. So I see that as a good step and not committing us to anything other than having a formal engagement and discussion with them. So I'd like to support that ask from my perspective. And I think social benefits that they could bring from a development of that side are huge. So it's definitely worth exploring. Agreed.
I would just
Haven't
note
we already
with-
done
in the policy piece. So in the policy piece of work that's underway at the moment, they will be a key stakeholder in that process. So they will be engaged. In a balanced fashion, but they will have some influence.
Yeah, there was one for Ken too, probably, before you run away. Just the Cadrona residents ratepayers submission and just the discussion around the connecting trails between the townships and there was some stuff around reserve development. Is there enough within existing budgets to do just enough work on that to make sure that if we want to put something in the LTP, be done?
So rather than answering on the fly,
Yeah.
we can certainly scrape it up with them.
That's all I mean.
Yeah, and your initiative's great in terms of connecting that trail right down the township. So I suggest we have some of the parks inside them.
And
Again, report back to yourselves about that and how does that along existing budget. And we're very fortunate with some of the trail trusts that are in that side of the hill too, that they're very committed to working out how they can either invest or give time back, which is very good at that space as well, so we can fit that as well.
Okay, is that something that we need to, agree on, or is that just something that will?
And if it's a bit like Catherine said, if it's a directive this table would like us to follow up with it.
Yeah, I would be very keen to follow up on some of the stuff in the drone visioning document, particularly the trails.
I haven't written any notes and signed up the team for, but I'm thinking we've got some actions out of today that give us the clear directives.
Whilst you're at the table,
the
other ask we heard was about the natural burials and the role of our cemeteries.
Yes.
So is there an action underway or some direction that we should give to take that forward?
So again, I would give us the directive to keep that conversation live, but through our colleagues and part of working with the New Zealand Natural Burials Association and others around how we actually make that I was just about to say a live conversation. Help actually continue to make sure that you are informed about that. So that is currently happening, and we're also looking at that on the bridging settings, because there's two elements that go with it: land availability, some changes obviously to the way that we deal with end-of-life services, make that standard, and also the ongoing conversation about future land cemeteries, Inc. And we're a growing population, so you need to next 10, 20 years, what sort of space until we're also going to...
Perfect. We've got enough space in Little for the next 1,000 years. So, if you're going to put cemetery reserve up there,
Residents happy with that?
But on that point, I would take it there was broad support for councillors.
Very much so.
Absolutely.
I'd just tag in there, this is also not a new conversation with the organisation, Claire's been into brief officers years and years ago, and so it's very much something that's on the team's radar.
Thank you.
Can I just check on the performing arts? So we have got in the Wanaka community the support for staff to help, but we haven't got the feasibility funding, and you would have to reprioritise something.
So when we talk carefully,
Is that possible?
A lot of money to reprioritise.
I think we need to give it serious scrutiny, because candidly that's one of the gateway pieces for that group, and as Councillor Smith pointed out, previously they've actually invested serious money off their own back to get the initial framing of that. And now they're looking at how they take it forward.
If they have landed on a site, which sounds like they have, then we wouldn't want to fund the feasibility without having that in principle decision about the site. So that's
That is part of a feasibility assessment, because
would
I mean,
be,
it's,
okay.
it's key to the decision making around its feasibility as to what land it lies on and where's it located and what services it provides and what scope is. It's just completely integrated.
I'd also just add, apologies because I wasn't at the Wanaka session, so I didn't hear them speak to their submission directly, but you know, in a feasibility study, I think if we were funding it, we'd want to understand feasibility within a network as well, and what role they play within a network, because it's not just in isolation. You know, there is the new Performing Arts Centre in Cromwell, there are some services provided here. So what is the whole picture for us?
Which is
We are
why they're working closely with the Three Lakes Cultural Trust on that. I mean, that's completely.
And Te Atamira, there has been a shift in that. It's a really good show. This group are very cognizant of the wider conversation.
Yeah.
So coming back, Catherine kindly put money at my feet. I think we need to go back and make sure how we could. We'd need to possibly stop if that was a directive you want us to take on board. And
or add it on to the rates.
Yeah. What's the trade-off?
The challenge with this is because there's a community trust and then there's council's role in it, which is unclear because we don't know the operation model and all this sort of stuff. This is stalled. You know, this has been a barrier to this moving forward, and we need to navigate a way through that. And this is the problem we're facing. So just making a decision today about whether we doesn't solve the problem. We need to have a pathway. We need to have a proper pathway forward about how we're actually going to work together and how we're going to even get this project to a level that can be considered as a viable project.
Can I recommend that Ken comes back to you early next week with some advice on what the trade-off is if you decide to fund them 125,000 out of the existing budgets? Because in Ken's space particularly, there's an awful lot of very good initiatives, community-driven work that you need to be making a decision based on.
Can we have the option of increasing rates for that as well?
Yeah.
So rather than taking,
so
Paying
that's an
paper.
important thing if you feel
Call today if you want to go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say it would be really good if maybe you could go away and come back at the end of the day before we sort of get another direction. I don't know. Figure out.
I think there is a line that there's a line that I wanted to make at the start of this session, and then I thought, well, maybe I won't. Effectively, for the councillors that have been around the table for quite a long time, when this work used to be based on a spreadsheet, it was very easy to re-plug in a number and give you an immediately spat out result. We now have a system that is very resilient, has fantastic data integrity, it works through the IBIS model. It's not quite as immediate as changing a number and a stat. So there will be a piece of work that Catherine will need to do at the end of this session and then come back to you with some of that in further detail.
So I'm trying to, I'm just trying to understand when that happens. Does that happen today? If it's not today, then how do we give direction? How will it come up?
Catherine?
Just that bit piece.
Ideally, we'd have direction today.
Yeah.
Because the guys need to load all the numbers in.
Yeah. So can you
On
do
Monday.
that and then come back to us with there's 125 that's been asked for. What could we give within existing budgets, and how much might need to be in addition? That would be helpful, and also the trade-offs. What might slip as a result?
Yeah, thank you. What we're laughing at, so not team support everyone
Excuse my ignorance in terms of wanting funding, but is the Sker Heights Fund something that could?
We can't, not for feasibility.
Not for feasibility, okay, they're just checking.
No, it's discreetly not within scope of the fund, and we've already discussed that.
Perfect, okay.
We just can't fund feasibility studies, we just waste the money if we did that.
Look, it's good to have the conversation because, as you know, we're just looking to hear what the directions are. So
the flip side of that is that there is appetite for a capital investment from the Sker Heights Fund if this project gets off the ground. Now, but we just can't do the feasibility.
Okay.
Are we moving on to that?
Yep.
I've got a question.
Yep.
On the the stormwater one, person, Nancy Latham, brought out a deferral of 1.1 million for the stormwater of Stone Street. And I just wanted to understand more around that. Why we're deferring it seemed to be.
Third question was why we're deferring?
Yeah,
And I'll need to check on that rather than trying to respond now.
I think the answer is that there's work being done on the catchment and where the priorities lie, and that's a contractor piece of work, and when that comes back, then there'll be a decision on whether Stone Street's going to proceed, whether whether they're going to, I guess, rely on the existing planting and stuff that's being done on the fishing game land.
Because there was an intervention that had been done to mitigate concerns already, right? Because I heard from last time.
Well, yeah, but that allows
To
the
complete.
stuff to come into Bullock Creek, and what they're suggesting is that it shouldn't, and the long-term solution is to divert it and have another system.
Sounds entirely plausible to me. I think that is.
No, well, I
I think you're right.
if it's not lost, as long as it's only a deferral, right? The issue will be if the funding was lost.
So I think you're right. I mean, there is questions around Stone Street. It's been a long, ongoing piece of work around there. So that would be. Thank you for answering that one.
But whilst we're there,
Oh.
so we had the question raised earlier about the challenges for the traffic management plan.
And it's Dave.
Oh, is that Dave?
Yeah.
It's not, is that,
Yeah.
okay.
That's it, man.
The other thing is, all submissions, there's officers' comments beside them.
See on some
So,
of them.
yeah, so that may have the answer.
But I mean,
Yeah.
I did start looking at those, and there's, for a lot of them, it says, see the comment of, again, such and such a person, and I went to that person, and it just said no comment. So I've struggled a little bit with some of that, just, but I mean, that's down to us to read through the 1,000 pages of comments, but,
Yeah, so the
Yeah.
traffic management fees and the planning fees, I think it was raised yesterday. So
Yeah.
what would you like to discuss in particular?
Okay. The planning fees are fine, you've got that information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the.
So,
And with regards to traffic management, that fee that we use for Wellington Queenstown has been proposed to be taken out because of the introduction of the global fees, which cover both sides of the district. So that's been responded to in the questions and answers. Yes.
Oh, sorry, the other bit was, in case, we may have been heading to it anyway, but the other piece was transparency around the justification for the higher cost, because of, they were sort of suggesting that there was a lot of assurance and auditing and compliance work done, and that was why the cost was high, but are we doing that compliance? Because
Yeah, we are. So the misconception by the person who made the submission yesterday is that as a practitioner, they would be the ones audited. The actual traffic management plans are what is audited. So when you get a traffic management plan to ensure everything stays in place and it meets the requirements of the plan and things don't change around, we need to go out to site to check these things on a regular basis. And we also need to check any repairs that are made when we do corridor access to ensure they're made properly. They don't degrade over a year or two, and then our guys have to go out and fix that repair expense. So all those things are occurring. With regard to how the fees are made up, there was a lot of questions about, tell me specifically every bit of work that's done. That's not a requirement for setting up fees at the annual plan council stage. So what we have to do is say, in good faith, how are the fees created in relation to the cost of the function? And that has been done, but going into activity by activity isn't required really when setting the fees, or doing an hour by hour check isn't required either.
in terms of the car, so that was the traffic demand management piece, but the car fees, and I, for the life of me, I can't remember what that stands for.
Corridor access request.
Thank you. So they were talking about it being sort of standard across the board, and there not being a tiered system, so a hierarchy where if someone was going out and surveying, it was a low risk activity that required limited oversight and assurance and auditing and so on and so forth. So why did it cost as much? And they were requesting a tiered structure based on risk. Do you have any thoughts on that? And the other piece was around actually setting it on paper why it costs so much, just for some transparency, because of the discrepancy.
Well, the transparency in relation to cost setting for this process would be, this is the cost of the unit to deliver the activities that it delivers. And when that unit is broken up into the amount of application provided for all the different parts of the function, these are the fees that recover 80% of the cost of the unit.
Any-
So that's the transparency that's required. It won't go into the detail of this is how many hours were spent on this particular application or that application. So there will be overs and unders in any fee-based system when you're not going hourly rate. These aren't unreasonable fees in relation to the cost of undertaking those activities and making sure it's safe and being able to manage risk in the district of things happening quite quickly. In terms of there being a marginal cost over in Queenstown than perhaps in other districts, will likely be simply down to economies of scale. If you have a traffic management team of 6 people in Christchurch, then all the fixed costs are broken between those 6 parties. You don't have to build resilience into the team because if somebody goes out or goes on holidays, there's already people to take their place. When you have a small function like we do, we need to have 3 people because we need to be able to have resilience. We need to use those parties for different inspections, audits that occur. And the overall cost, I think it's responded to there as well as about 282,000 for the year, and with the income on being based at about 250,000 with 80%.
Okay, so you don't think there's any justification for a risk-based approach, sort of like we do environmental health, you know?
There's no risk based.
No, but you know what I'm saying, as you always argue that
I think any
risk
process can be broken down to the nth degree in terms of each particular type of application being dealt with discreetly. The way we've done this for the last 20 years has been in this format. This is the format that's undertaken with the council as well. So, and the answer is, would we be able to do that? Yes, it would probably cost council more and the ratepayer more to set up that system than it would be for us to charge the way we've been charging, and it's been acceptable for a significant period of time.
How many practitioners do you normally do with on matters like this?
There are a number of practitioners. I mean, there might be half a dozen of the general practitioners in the district, but then a lot of the large contractors all have people who work in these spaces as well.
Are there statutory obligations around, around the safety and what we have to do?
Without a doubt,
Yeah.
yes.
So
no, there's significant statutory. So any of those situations you see in the newspaper where somebody's been hit at the side of the road, have significant investigations been undertaken, and the requirements of council are extreme in relation to ensuring that we're protected so that we don't, our ratepayers ultimately don't get penalised by us getting penalised by not meeting the requirements on the Health and Safety Act.
This does remind me a lot of my environmental health arguments when I was listening to her yesterday. And this is not just for this fees and penalties, but I think this is where some of the confusion lies, which I think we can do better. And I think it's more of a long-term plan, you know, when we're going to review all of that. But I just wanted to make a comment on it here because I think it does address the ladies, some of the ladies' concerns. I can't remember her name, sorry. Charlotte? Yeah, she come anyway. So it's our whole 80-20 split, and I don't necessarily disagree with it, but it makes it sound like that the organisations are only paying 80% of their costs, when really they're paying 100% of their costs, and that 20% is actually to cover the regulatory stuff or the checking, you know, the checking. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, I can explain that just in a slightly more simple way. The 20% is the public good that's derived from any of these teams.
Yes.
The advice that's given to parties, all that stuff that we can't charge to anybody.
Yes.
Considered 20% is a reasonable amount. When
and I don't disagree, but sometimes how it reads, and when I used to argue this before I was a councillor, I was in it because it went from 50-50 environmental health to 80-20. And it's like, well, if you're only paying 80%, how does it cost so much? So I think we need to change the narrative that actually those businesses are paying for the cost of their service. It's not that the cost of that service costs 20% more and they're paying 80% of it. So I don't think it's anything to change now, but maybe something in terms of that revenue and finance policy and how we explain it. So it's not just for these fees, it's actually the fees across the board.
Well, if I could jump in, because I think it's a tennis ball conversation, but I think to bring it to Matt's point, which you did eloquently before, bringing it up to a wider strategy piece, if we sort of direct, if people understand what they're paying for, we have that as a strategy, and then, you know, we work on a communications of how we actually put out the comms so that we can make the complicated make sense. And I think that'll pull it into the governance realm where we can sort of give clear direction to help better this in the future.
The ELT has talked quite a lot about how we actually make our information accessible. And we're often being very transparent. The information is there, but is it accessible? Is it easy to find? Is it understandable? So I think that's an ongoing piece of work.
We had a lengthy conversation later in the day about the Head Start process. So in the context of harmonising fees and charges across local authorities, which seems to be one of the minister's drivers, in looking at Central Otago District Council, their consent to access is an hourly basis. And so therefore you would potentially be paying a lot less for a big job, and it says that they've got criteria for that, could be a lot more. So there are ways of approaching this that are different than the approach here. I think it might be worth looking at, particularly in the bigger context of how we're going to do things consistently in the future in that Central Otago Lakes area, even if we don't go forward with amalgamation. So it's a more live discussion than some of the earlier ones too, because people do make those comparisons, particularly consultants who are working in both local authorities.
Yeah, and look, you're right. There are other ways of looking at all the things that we charge for and how we charge for them. But you know, I'd have to say it will cost resources, time, and money to look at the process to see is it flawed in a way that requires us to review it. Yeah. There are things we review that are more of a priority, I would say, in terms of the consenting system or things that are larger value, and that's, I suppose, how we prioritize. So it's really a question of, is this in a place where it's broken and should be time and resources should be spent on looking at it, understanding whether it needs to change or not.
With everything else that's going on.
Yes.
That's true. And if there were a variable charge, there would be a cost of transaction.
There would.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And it's coming to a lot, from what I'm hearing is you're saying there's a unit that delivers these services and there's cost, per annum cost of that unit. Yes. And that has to be recovered through fees of the work that they do. Just the point I'd make is we can't really, it's not comparable here in Queenstown to the rest of the country. We can't compare ourselves to the cost of doing business in Invercargill, for example, and that's the reality. But what I would like to know, and still not full today, is you said 280,000. I'd just like to know that that's the right number, and we're looking at that and saying, could that be lower, and then save some recovery of those fees in that space. But you've told me it takes 3 people, and there'll be overheads and all sorts of stuff that goes with that. So 280 sounds pretty reasonable to me. Yeah. But I guess just as an organisation, if we're looking at unit by unit, that could be 220. We need to make that happen. Yeah, I'm not saying it's possible, but I'm just saying it's probably doing an exercise. It's perfectly reasonable, and I can assure you that that's the exercise from my mother's upbringing. That every single function that we do to make sure we're as prudent as possible to ensure we're not inflicting more cost on people who are already living a costly life here. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks to your mum.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
I think as the day goes, there'll be more of these one-off things that come back to mind, because I don't think every council will have through every submission last night to refresh themselves on the individual ones. So do we want to move to the high volume item?
So move on to the cost infrastructure, like I think how we for starters. So there's 3 options there that we're proposing. Choose.
Just going back to this information, I'm still stuck on why we don't have the growth share correct. And I note your information I got through overnight, but it doesn't, I've still got some questions as to why that's come out that way. And I think fundamentally, while we can have a look at these options, I don't think kicking the can down the road solves the growth share problem. And fundamentally, I think in some ways, because of the water services CCO, we actually have to get this right now, not kick the can down the road, because unless we attribute the correct proportion to growth, I think we're on a hiding here. And I note the numbers you sent through, and it confirms a couple of things for me. One is that, there's a set number of existing properties, 1,300 is close enough to the right number. And, you know, you've indicated that the pipeline is somewhere in the order of 4,100 houses have been accommodated in the growth projections. What the uncertainty that did come up, you also threw another 400 in there that are undeveloped sections or something, I think you've called them, or something like that. Now, that doesn't quite make sense to me, because there's no further capacity, whether even if they exist, they're not able to really connect because there isn't capacity to. And equally, those properties would have already paid a development contribution for the capital upgrade of the pipeline anyway. So how can they be assigned a level of service cost? So, I mean, I accept the 1,300 number, roughly, except I don't know the exact final capacity, but 4,000 something sounds a reasonable number on that front, but it still doesn't explain the cost distribution that we've ended up with directly, in my view.
Yeah.
Come to the table.
Get my experience. The question largely relates to the treatment of the vacant lots.
Well, the overall growth distribution, but I mean, there just has to be more of it falling onto the growth component, and that's one of the queries I have. I mean, arguing over 400 lots is not going to solve that problem, but it just doesn't. Just trying to explain why.
So the reason the team excluded those 400 lots from the growth share was because they had already paid their DC, so there's possibly something to go on there. You're quite right, though, whether we adjust for that or
That
not.
should be assigned to growth.
It's not going to materially shift that percentage allocation between level of service and growth. We will have to make another investment when we hit that 1,100 whatever dwellings to accommodate the balance of capacity. So using the formula that's prescribed, growth at full capacity at construction versus existing users connected now, that's where we come out. We had, when we first started looking at it, expected overall the growth share to be a little bit higher, not so much for Hawea, but with Wanaka. However, having a closer look at the project, there's really material level of service improvements in Wanaka. So
yeah, I mean, and that's the other side of it. Look, I'm trying to box out Hawea, but the growth share at Wanaka, as we've discussed previously, I just can't accept that. Just hang on, that there's that much required for level of service upgrade, because Wanaka has the existing development in Wanaka has largely got water, largely got wastewater. Yes, there are small components of, but the proportion just doesn't make sense. It doesn't. The reason we're doing these upgrades isn't to provide for the existing residents, it's provide for existing growth in Wanaka, and you know, plus or minus 5% on level of service. It just fundamentally does not make sense.
So I completely agree and understand that the core driver for doing the project is growth. However, the beneficiaries of the project and its deliverables are both the future users and the current users. Catherine might be able to comment more around why level of service is calculated first using the methodology that it is. But the existing unit users are benefiting from significant network redundancy increases and major emergency storage upgrades. So because there is that level of service component, the methodology first requires us to calculate that level of service based on the number of existing users. The balance then gets allocated to us.
That
Yeah, yeah.
That methodology, is that ours that we developed? And is that part of our revenue financing policy? Did we sign off on it? I'm just really interested in how we treat the exacerbator part of it and whether we have discretion there, whether this is something that we've come up with that we could change.
Yeah, something that we've developed. It is something we've developed.
Right. So is there a point at which that comes to the councillors because we've been talking about growth and why growth doesn't pay for growth? If we've got a policy that is kind of directing what goes to level of service, why has that not come in front of us? Help us understand maybe why that's not something that's in our domain.
So it'll come through when we do the LTP and we do the capital program, because it is pretty much a new flow chart that we've devised. It's only been since February.
Right. So all of this could change if we take a different direction around the impact.
Well, but
Exactly.
as I said, the problem is it's too late because by the time the water services, the battle's lost. And I mean, as I said, we've been battling this argument for years. I mean, I want, in some ways, I want this to be, we need to get this right now. This is the moment, the project being delivered, the cost is being incurred. We need to get the balance right now. And fundamentally, I just don't think we have. And I mean, the other big question is where are we at with the infrastructure acceleration fund, because that is a big chunk of money that has to be assigned to level of service, and I'm not sure exactly where it's being assigned at this point in time, or whether it's being lost or deferred.
I'm reticent because I need to be careful with how
I
much
understand
I say in the public domain, so I don't know if you're anticipating any PX component where we dig into that a little deeper. I guess what I feel comfortable saying now is that the information in front of you doesn't anticipate uplift of IAF, and I expect we will be in a position very soon to update to reflect an uplift of IAF.
I'll take some guidance on how we deal with that, but it is critically important for the decision that is before councillors today as to where that, because if we're to look at the impact on existing ratepayers in Hawea and level of service cost, it is absolutely critical to that decision.
So that's why we're proposing those options to delay those changes, which I think by the time.
With respect, I'm not going to buy a delay option here, and I've signalled that already before this meeting. Is I'm not going to leave this room today without a resolution on this topic, and I've signalled it very clearly before this meeting, right from the moment we notified the annual plan hearing, is that, and I cannot be any clearer from that moment that we have to resolve the correct growth and level of service distribution on this project.
I mean, I'm just going to comment, the submitter after submitter, they just want to know how we've done the sums. And that's they just say, that's what they want to understand. They can't understand how we've allocated these things. So I can totally understand we've got some options before us that might smooth those or make some assumptions, but they don't come and answer the fundamental question of how did we get to the figures that were put out there.
Which is what we said before, unless we can explain it, we can't approve it.
I feel like what we need is
and so, we're in I get the complexity of it, but we, as I said, we've had time to resolve this. And anyway, to take some guidance on whether we can discuss this further or whether we need to take this out into PX or something.
I'd need to take a little bit of advice from governance as to whether we've got a PX option on this meeting, given we have not signalled that. I don't think we can.
Well, I mean, what I would say is if we
a reason under the
so if we can't close out this topic today, we're going to have to come back to it and continue our deliberations, right?
It's extremely important that we try to close something today. So, can I take some advice as to whether or not we can move into PX from?
Should we adjourn for 5 minutes whilst officers have a talk and come back with some thoughts on how we answer Councillor Smith's concern?
it's just the IA.
progress this discussion, we will move this session into PX, and that is under Jane, sorry.
She can't say anything because it's.
Yeah.
To enable any local authority holding the information to carry on without prejudice or disadvantage negotiations.
Okay, so I'm gonna move that we take this session into PX. John, second, councillors, have a show of hands on that.
Aye.
Okay.
I've still got questions
Yeah.
on this, if that's okay.
Yep.
I got some answers back, Catherine, from questions, and one of the things that just stood out, and it might stand out for all the wrong reasons, it might be nothing, but in the table you sent me, we've got interest on borrowings. Was last year 57,000. This is for existing ratepayers. It's now skipped up to 292,900. There's a column underneath that says interest dash growth DCs. I'm assuming that's the interest on the debt attributable to growth. That's only 191,694. So I'm trying to understand, this is for Hawea, why we've got $100,000 more paid by existing ratepayers interest on debt. It just indicates that the debt for the existing ratepayers, as opposed to the growth component, is much higher. And I would have thought, given the numbers, that the growth component would be less, even if the 400 houses have paid their DCs. But I'm not as across this as Quentin, and I just, so it was the table in the email you sent me. I'm just using it as an indicator of how we've apportioned cost to growth versus existing users. And I may be wrong in doing that, but I just wanted to clear it up.
I think, Peter, are you online there? It's your table. I think it's account code 2800 and 2800G.
Good morning, councillors. Yeah, look, we'll probably have to come back to you on that one. Look, as Nikki was saying, look, we obviously do get the DC income up front, so look, that's possibly a reason why their debt could be lower, so the interest is lower. Or obviously there's other debt in Hawea that relates to projects outside of the Upper Clutha, but yeah, we'll have to investigate that one.
Okay, it would be good to know, because it is just for Hawea wastewater. And,
okay, yeah.
And the previous year, the interest cost for the growth component of the debt was 73,000. For existing residents, it was 57. So it was more for the growth component. Now it's $100,000 more for the existing residents than is attached to the growth component of the debt.
Okay,
It
yeah.
seems odd to me. But it may be easily explainable, but I would like it to be rationalised if that's possible.
Yep, no, I'll come back to you on that one, because look, the first year's interest is obviously, it's based at a lower rate than sort of the second year interest, because obviously we don't know the time of money in the first year. Like, let's say you spend $5 million, you spend that over the 12 months. We base the interest on roughly 2%, whereas the next year it would suddenly go to 4%. So the 50K could potentially jump to 100 in the second year. But yeah, let me come back to you.
Okay. That would be great. Also, could we get a copy of the methodology that you've used and how it's been applied for both Hawea and Nugget?
Yep, I'll put that on the list.
So, thank you. So yeah, the raw methodology and then the workings for both. Possibly also for Cadrona, if that's possible, Peter.
Okay, yep.
Thank you.
Yes, what are the methodology kept about the interest split?
Well, no, this was just about how we determine level of service versus growth, like that methodology, because I feel like we're missing the exacerbator bit potentially, or we have in the past on some things. I don't know if we're still doing it, but
And this is something we'll want to really dig into.
LTP.
To the LTP, you know.
Well, not this, the model isn't being
Model's
used, new, and it's not being used currently. It's being used in the LTP. As we're devising projects in the LTP.
Right, so that model that you talked about before hasn't been used on this?
No.
So
applying to the LTP.
Well, the question I asked earlier was what model had we used? Like how had we attributed?
We provided you a table with a new assessment saying 59, and that's applying the new.
Is the question around how do we determine what into the long-term plan?
Well, how do we determine what is the methodology that's driving the current growth versus level of service split?
50-50, which is per the original business case.
Which makes no sense.
Hang on, that makes sense. So I'm sorry, I thought 50-50 was 50 Wanaka, 50 Hawea, not 50-50, 50 to growth, 50 to level of service.
So it was both. It was a 50-50 split of project costs between both schemes and a 50-50 split of level of service to growth. Remembering that this was done back in 2020.
Hang on, so what's our capacity to change that? What's our ability to alter that? Because we're proceeding as though that is how it has to go, but it doesn't seem logical. It's a very arbitrary number.
Changing it to 59%.
Well, what happened if we looked at the new methodology and applied that? What would the numbers come out as?
59, which is what that table shows. It's now being assessed as 59%. Are we?
Is that email missed?
Right, I missed that one. Sorry, I didn't get around to it. So,
but you know, it takes back to that question I asked before: is which number have we used? Have we used the number you gave us previously, which was 20-something, 2,200 or 2,600, or 4,100 as being the growth number? Because it makes a big difference. And as I said, if I divide 1,300 being existing dwellings, the ones that are subject to level of service, against the total capacity of the pipeline, which is 4,100, I got 31%. And that should be the, you know, at worst case scenario, should be the level of service growth share at Armia. Worst case.
400 vacant sections in there.
That doesn't matter because they've paid their DCs for the capital improvement already. They cannot be applied to a level of service because they're not getting a level of service upgrade. They have been charged for the capital improvement based on the need for it, and I'm ignoring those because you can't double dip that.
we need more information. I mean, we have said, I have said that I can't approve this annual plan, and I want to without understanding the numbers. And we're sitting around and it's clear as mud.
Well, so I think we've got the information on which the rates have been derived at.
Yeah.
The issue is the councillors don't believe they were reasonable, or sorry, not representative of the reality. So that's the gap.
I mean, I get the 50. At a high level, you go, okay, it was an $80 million project. You assign 50-50. Now, that I'm assuming that means the pipeline and all the associated works half of the total project. Now, if that's the case, that's a convenient number. But we can't just go divide it in half and divide it in half again. That cannot be the answer. It just simply cannot be the answer.
And then
because it's just too convenient. And as I said, on pure mathematics, it's 31%.
And I mean, and I guess what you're hearing from this table is exactly the same calculations that everyone in the community has done. They can't see how we've ended up where we are, and that's, I guess, is probably the council of frustration.
I think there's intense complexity in the model, and we're trying to share that complexity around Harwey and Luggett. The team has worked really hard to try and come up with scenarios that are a better outcome for Harwey and Luggett. And in unpacking the absolute detail of this, it's really painting the picture of the complexities we're dealing with in the existing rating model. We have some significant changes that need to be made and need to be addressed going forward.
But I don't think there is complexity. We've gone 50% to 50%. That doesn't sound very nuanced to me, but I mean, that's...
I'm not suggesting it's nuanced, I'm suggesting it's complex.
It is complex, but I still haven't got an answer as to what's the growth number we're attributing to the development contribution. Is it 4,100 or is it 2,600?
When the original 50-50 split could have been that lower number, wouldn't it?
Well, I would need to look back at what was baked in at the time the LTP was struck.
That aligns with what Catherine's previously told me, that it's based on a lower number, which might have been the original business case. We've had uplift based on intensification and urban growth boundary extensions in that time. So it's reasonable to assume that the project has expanded and that the capacity of that project is now 4,100.
And can be catered for.
I guess the other thing as well, where the balance might, these projects evolve, right? We move through design development. At the time the original LTP budget was struck, it was also thought that the cost of decommissioning the existing plant in Harwey was going to be a lot more expensive too. So we're seeing the nature of cost allocations shifting as well.
But at the time the LTP was struck 2 years, how long ago?
So we're still
we clearly knew at the time the LTP was struck and the DC contribution, the DC policy was struck 2 years ago. we knew that that number was going to be 4,100. So therefore, I want to know, have we applied the DCs in a way that covers all 4,100 properties? In that case, because the advice I've had previously is that it doesn't, and that has a major impact on rating rating implications before us today.
And if cost of decommissioning have gone down.
But let's not don't complicate it. I'm trying to keep it as simple and clean as possible. The principle that I'm trying to keep it at a principle level. Have we applied the growth over the right number of properties?
And
I still haven't got that.
No, we still.
Okay, I will just see.
Can I just check that rationale for not including those point of vacant sections? They currently have service, whether they're connected to them or not.
But there's no capacity at hardware. There's no capacity at hardware. It's already at capacity. So the only and those sections were developed on the basis that the pipeline was required to achieve them. They paid development on the basis that the pipeline was being built. So they have paid the growth component in their development contributions. They can't be assigned to level service.
John,
sorry, I think John was trying.
I think we need to be a bit pragmatic here, actually. We're going to have to pass an annual plan. Whether everyone votes for that or not, that's fine. That's democracy. I don't think we're going to get answers to some of these questions today, and I don't think it's even reasonable to ask that those sort of answers are provided, because the systems in place currently are unable to provide that data to those answers to us. But we're not going to get those answers.
Well, charge them.
No, hang on. So I think it would be preferable to look at what the staff have suggested, which are some reasonable temporary solutions to solve this problem for now, for us too, when we come to the LTP later this year, to ensure that these questions are thoroughly answered, understood and integrated in the LTP. I think we need to make a decision on this, which is to adopt what's been recommended or make adjustments to it if we see fit, move on, but identify that there's clearly a significant problem here, and it's not just in relation to these areas and these ratepayers. There is a systemic issue historically in how we have set rates and how we have accounted for other funding mechanisms. We're going to have to get smarter on that in the future, because we're going to have potentially significantly more funding mechanisms available to us. So that's where I'm feeling we're at now. We need to move on.
I agree there's some uncertainty, but there are some baseline black and white principles we need to understand. That should be black and white. It should be a black and white question as to how many properties are bearing the cost of the DC. It's a black and white question.
We just need to see the workings.
Well, I just need assurance that we've spread it over the right number of properties, which is based on the size of the project, the capacity of the project we're delivering.
Can I just ask, if you get that answer, what's going to change? If
It's going to shift a proportion of the capital.
Is it going to shift
onto
it
growth.
today?
Yes.
Like,
yeah.
Well,
I'm just like, I don't know.
that's a question we yet need to come by, because is it an application, or is it require a change to the DC policy? Now, that we can't change the DC policy, or is it an application of the DC policy? And that's a separate question. I don't know the answer to that, because if we assume that number is different and apply the current DC policy, it shifts the load of the capital project.
So the DC policy has set figures that are applied per unit. If we were to change this to 59%, we would have to consult on that DC policy, because it would be a different dollar figure. So we can't actually do it through this annual plan. We need to wait to the LTP.
So are you saying we've got that number wrong? Are you saying we've got that number wrong now? Is that what you're saying? Is the number of properties that
the 50% was calculated back in the original business case.
based on
hasn't been updated. We have now done an assessment, and this is where we believe it is.
Out of curiosity, say if intensification comes in, now there's more capacity that can service on the same infrastructure, and the development contribution policy would have to be updated to reflect that. fair to say that that hasn't yet been updated to reflect the future capacity? That's what I'm trying to sort of understand from the line of question.
Well, clearly there's been a gap. That business case existed before the last LTP, so why have we got that number wrong?
Because we don't update the policy frequently enough. If there's a fundamental shift in the way that we calculate it, then we need to recalculate how we do the DC policy. The frequency that it gets recalculated is every 10 plan. So,
Well, as I said, but we knew that. It was a known, we knew that.
we didn't know that the intensification would go the way that it did.
Well,
Make a
So
policy
if reviewing from the DC policy also doesn't just pick up
do that through
what you're planning to spend in the next year. It goes back to the plan.
the project capacity, I mean, we haven't even dealt with zone capacity. It was project capacity, which is the size of the pipe, which is 4,100.
Yeah, so you're saying that infrastructure can't grow or shrink. That's a hard step.
That was hard. That was a known quantity at the last LTP. So why is that wrong?
So we're just going to make John's point about being pragmatic today. So if we don't want to approve rates increase for the smaller communities in the 20%, what options do we have? If we don't agree with the split, that's a deferral though, right? So if we don't agree with the split per se, can we go back and recharge those DCs on those properties that have already paid? No. So what options do we have if we like, okay, the growth level of service was wrong, we don't agree with it. What can we do today to fix that? Or can we just make one get paid more, spread the load of those rises across a wider district? Like, can we do those things? Like, what can we actually do?
What we're proposing to do here is to buy us some time till the LTP so that we can.
Say that again.
That we're buying some time for the LTP, and then you can work out through your revenue and financing policy, through your DC policy, whether, because the problem is that we've got very few people paying for this large infrastructure. That's the way the rating model. So,
With respect, we cannot say that because we're not spreading it over the right number of people. So we can't say that the problem isn't we have not enough people. In fact, we've got plenty of growth at Harley. We just haven't spread it out over them.
They apply to other schemes as well. Then we direct you today to do a review of DC policy to sort this out in conjunction with sorting it out. Even ahead of, because we're going to have development contributions paid and we're going to lose the ability to capture some of that capital over the next year until July 2027. We should do something, an amendment, as soon as possible. It's a parallel process. We can approve something, figure out the best case for, delay, whatever. But at the same time, we can't miss out on a year's worth of capital because that is going to affect these people down the track.
With regards to reviewing the DC policy, it is scheduled in to be done as part of the LTP, which is happening at the moment.
We can do a short.
No, we can't though. I mean, the stakeholders that need to be engaged in this, the developers would be absolutely panicked if we do a breakneck development contribution policy change. This impacts an awful lot of people. It's a big economic lever to pull. It's not a thing to be done quickly and
on the contrary.
Urgency.
Now, the flip side of that is that within the next year, now is the time to pay your DC. They're going to be half of what they might be down the track.
We can't do that unilaterally.
So no, we can't do it. I'm not suggesting that we do. I'm suggesting that we signal that we do.
We're doing it. That's what we get on with.
Just saying as well. If you go back to that slide which has everybody's storage rates.
Hang on a second.
So if you go back to the slide which has everybody and how much they're paying in storage.
Which one?
Going back.
This one.
What our solution, option 3, which is doing the 2 referrals, will get us back to a similar figure to what other schemes are paying. So we get to the same point. We're just taking it up a level.
Or we're deferring that, kicking the can down the road is the problem there.
Paying interest only.
I get the equalizer.
Yeah, so if you look at this slide here, the sewerage column, if we take 250, which is in this example, takes $250 out, it brings it down to one of the lowest sewerage fixed charges for that community.
And you do that by not paying principal back on the
Yeah.
Essentially, we've got a house, we're going interest only, the payments until we sort this out. And then the next thing is that funding slightly leads to depreciation.
And to be fair, we've never funded depreciation fully anyway, so
Right.
it's kind of.
Might as well start low.
Can I just ask a quick question? So we're pressing hold for Hawea, but does this,
On the principal payment.
yeah. But will this then hurt them next year, or you're saying that we're going to be able to rationalise it and it's going to equal out next year? Because I mean, obviously we don't want it to then be even worse next year for that community. So what I want to know is.
Cut that off the line.
So there's a conversation with the water entity around the price path. I've talked to the chair. We will need to have a joint kind of conversation around that price path. And you may decide that to influence what that price path is, might be that instead of having all these small communities being rated, you might have a broader rating, which is what some of the submitters actually said.
To be fair, sort of bring it out. Like, yeah, CCO will pay for it, be paying for it. Next year, the IEF funding could come in to. Next year, there'll be a couple of hundred DCs, the titles that are going to be announced. All of this stuff is going to radically change how this is going to be funded. So the point being is that we're just floating it until we're still unsure, because previous assumptions around growth, once calculations haven't been done, so it gives us a chance to rebalance how we're going to split it. It does seem like the right way to.
Oh no, I don't disagree. I just wanted to make sure that my understanding was it wasn't just going to.
Don't frame it in a story, so it doesn't look like.
I don't really want to.
I've just got one. I've got one other question on this, because we're looking at averages, and it seems that averages get us into trouble sometimes. So we've got the average for Hawea 18% going down to 12%, but in all the stuff I saw, we were talking about 25% in Hawea. So if we go with 12 or 13, what is the actual range?
I looked at this and I was like, is that minus GST? It's going to be enough.
I guess what's the range?
Specific property.
Yes, I know. So that's, I guess, do you know the range? Like, are some still going to be at 20%, even if we go to 12.6?
No, I think you had that analysis, Peter, didn't you?
Look, I can bring it up. You'd have to give me a minute or two, so I'll come back to you.
I'm going to throw. I mean, I'm with the 12.6%. That's the solution.
I'm happy with it too. I just think we need to know the range, because it's fine saying 12.6, but if someone's still going to be at 20.
We probably need to take, when we say it, there's a way to go about it. We need to maybe take some accountability of, okay, we've stuck. Whatever has happened, what's happening in the future, like, own it. I'm not saying we necessarily did anything wrong, but just explain it. That is one of the biggest things that in those submissions, people just do not understand it. So let's try and explain it to them. And this also, you might just go, oh, they're just, it's a patchwork or whatever. It doesn't look like we're solving a problem, because we're not. So maybe explain why we're not, and that. Yeah.
We're addressing. Look, I mean, clearly there's a benefit in reducing the impact for this year. It's a reasonable story. We can tell we're responding, but my concern is we're still not solving the core problem.
Exactly. Which,
the first one is that the growth share is wrong, and the second is that this will not save them money in the long term, because the water services CC are still going to cost everyone a lot more money. So while we defer it, we get it off our problem this year, tables this year. The problem, it is projected that the predictions are that your water services will go up to $8,000, right? No, over the next few years. Now, that's.
I think
in fact,
that's a separate discussion.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think we're sort of, and this is what I want to constantly reinforce. I think this is an option that's actually acknowledging a lot of your concerns. It's giving time to recalculate the assumptions based on new information to then get it right for the next time. So it's not about people not paying or kicking the road. And that's what I'm trying to sort of keep it into the global narrative of what we're trying to do versus the details of what it is.
I was to say, we are absolutely acknowledging that there is work needed on this, and it's across the rating system, it's across the model, it's across the policies, and that is the work that we have got underway now, so that we are ready for the LTP and we have a better solution to put in front of you with these things. This is the last year of this model and this approach.
And I accept that. Look, I've been on this journey longer than most, and I've always been, you know, saying that DCs need to bear more of the load because we're subsidised. This just happens to be starkest examples where there is a big impact and an undershoot on the growth numbers. It just happens to be the starkest, and I accept we're, you know, at the end of the road because of the water services and all that. So it's not the end of the road, but it's changing.
I think what's brought us to a tipping point is the model hasn't worked, but we've accelerated in our growth and we've accelerated in our capital expenditure, and so the impact of that is probably far more significant now, and it's
the biggest capital project.
So you know, so some of the assumptions don't bring the costs where they should lie, and then we ramp that up, and that is the lesson for the future. And I can understand Councillor Gladdick's concern about this next coming year. So as we will get more growth, are we going to get more and more disproportionate outcomes that weren't anticipated? So I'm not sure how staff think about how we can do that, but
at this point, if we explain that by saying, you know, the assumptions are outdated, unfortunately.
There'll be another year before there'll be anyway. My sense is that we're the 12.6 is where people would like to land, notwithstanding the level of discomfort about the journey that we've had that's brought us there. How do we deal with Luggett next then?
I was going to say, do we go from 6 hours?
I can just jump in quickly if you've got a minute. The range would be between 11 and 13%. Look, obviously, if you're one of the lower medium houses, because we have a lot of fixed charges, you're probably more towards the 13%. If you're one of the higher value houses, you're probably the lower 11s. But the middle is about the 12. Obviously, look, there will be some people who are higher. If you get the big step change, you're suddenly getting additional services. So if you do go from having no water to suddenly having water, you will see an increase. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Essentially the same applies to Luggett, doesn't it? That there's a proposed stopgap solution that's only addressing the consequences of a system that's not delivering us the goods. And we are not going to get anywhere by debating this any further today.
Well,
we're not going to get anywhere by debating any of this any further today. But we need to make a decision.
Okay, we do, but there are some questions that remain.
I just think.
Did you want to answer those questions?
Well, is it appropriate time to look up? I'm conscious these are rabbit holes, and I don't want to dominate the entire day. But look, I'm going to ask two very similar questions, and for Luggett. What is the design capacity of the wastewater upgrades for Luggett in terms of dwelling equivalents? And how many have we provided for in paying for the system through rates and development contributions? Do those numbers align? And I'll ask the same question for water. You know, what capacity does the upgrades for water provide for in Luggett, and how many properties existing and growth have we provided for to pay for those? And as I said, I've asked these questions, I haven't had the answers yet.
So it's not that email that we responded to this morning?
Yeah. I don't believe the answers are in there. I'm sorry, I'll have another one.
Was an answer. You can like it comes, whether that answers your question or not. I'm sure.
So is the question we're trying to answer, have we overcapitalised on the investment compared to what is there, what is foreseeable? Is that the?
Well, okay, so
and if we've overcapitalised, where does that cost fall? Because I'm just thinking back to that presentation we had yesterday about those great big pipes versus a very small pipe. And suggestion that a lot of that wasn't needed for either the existing community or the foreseeable growth that's baked into the plan.
926, is that what you're saying?
I would just say a little caution on that, John.
Okay.
There's probably some other background.
Yep.
with how it came up.
650 wastewater.
Is there a way to contextualize that, in terms of, because he's talking about firefighting scenarios and the Wanaka Airport. Now, obviously, we're doing some future upgrades there and Port Bridge and all the other stuff. How far down do we get? Like, is there an anecdotal way to explain?
Well, yeah,
Plug it.
look, I hadn't seen all those answers that I accept that demonstrates the design capacity of both of those units. What it doesn't demonstrate to me is what DC assumptions were made around recovery. Because yeah, that once again provides the balance of the share between rate paying, between level of service and growth. And so what is the share based on the 926 and the, what's this, the wastewater says 500, 650. What is the level of service and growth share on those? Total project costs.
On the wastewater, I don't have an answer for that, sorry. We're talking about the upgrades that were into around 2019, 2020. I feel like someone did find that and provide it through the Q&A, so we can go away and look that up. For the water supply work, the cost drivers that sit within the long-term plan, which kind of furiously scroll and find, have been reviewed, and the team said are still consistent with the amount of growth versus existing residents. Just on those for you in a second. But maybe for water, it has been reviewed and it's consistent.
I think we're going to have the same discussions to come. I guess the one thing from our observation is that what sets like aside is that those water, some of these upgrades were originally planned for year 7 of the long-term plan. They got brought forward into year 3, and but there was no rating forecast. So normally, if things are in the first 3 years, there will be a rating impact. So yeah, anyone in LEGO would have looked at what they're expecting if they got that far, and then obviously we brought things forward. So how do we deal with that better so that when we do bring forward significant pieces of work, that we don't just do that at a capex reforecast at a full council meeting without actually understanding
Put
what
it
the
in the
rating.
significance and engagement policy.
Yeah, I was actually asking staff to think about that. That's super.
Because we were the ones that didn't ask the question, those of us that were around the table, we just went, yay, they've wanted it, they're bringing it forward, and when the reforecast paper came, it just wasn't thought of. But if we have a significance and engagement policy that goes into a more detail around what is significant, bringing forward a capital project into the first 3 years from beyond has to be consulted on, so that the rating impact is understood. If we make that change to that policy, it's just directed.
I think you raise a good point. I think I'd like to give a little bit of thought to around the options for how we actually bring those decisions and surface that rating impact, because we never have really done that. So I think that that is one aspect of it, but I do think there's some other things we should just think about a little bit more broadly as we go through the LTP. It's like just the decision points that you have and the information you're given, the mechanisms for triggering consultation.
I don't think it automatically means you need consultation.
Yeah.
The decision
Depends on the scale.
It's a suite.
Because we're saying, oh, we're at level 7, that's in line to plan. Well, actually, what was in budget is it wasn't even in the long-term plan. So that's the difficult way of having reconciling, and I can understand why the community it is what it is. The money's been spent. I am concerned that probably LEGO hasn't felt the impacts of the water investment yet. Is that correct? Yeah. So
I suppose that just regarding wastewater is clearer because we know the number of existing connections. I'm a little less certain on the number of water connections because we haven't debated that. We haven't had that I don't, it's, anyway, it's going to be somewhere between 180 and 360. I know that. We've got 900 and something capacity, dwelling equivalents and capacity, 926 in water capacity. So that there's a, whatever the number is, 600 odd. Going to be at least 600 property. There's room for 600 properties in there to be connected to water. Who's paying for those? Who's paying for that capacity? Is that being picked up by the residents of Luggett just under the wash up, or is there a DC? It has the DCs assumed that there is 600 properties that are going to pay for it.
These are things that these are just fundamental things that we need to know. We've been asking.
Just give the team the opportunity to respond, because they're just looking at information.
Can I just ask the same question on the range? The Luggett?
Yeah.
That was to defeat us, so I thought they could be.
Can we just clarify the questions that we're trying to ask Peter to quickly find? So the range for Luggett.
Look, yeah, look, the Luggett range is probably between 14 and 15. Obviously, we don't have the big variances in the median value. Most of the properties are quite tightly confined around the same value compared to sort of your Wanakas in Queenstown that have the $5-10 million properties, right? So, yeah, most of it's 14 to 15%.
Is that on the connected properties or the unconnected? Because the unconnected, the unconnected properties go down further.
Yeah, the unconnected properties. The unconnected properties are sort of around your 9%.
So they're largely unchanged.
They're largely unchanged. So by unfunding 100K,
properties go down to 15. Did you just say get 15%?
Yeah, between 14 and 15.
Right. Okay, thank you, Catherine.
And then the other question I think was around water supply, currently where that's being paid for, and what the growth split is. Do you know that, Peter?
I mean, I'm pure. It should be 1/3, 2/3 roughly. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't have that split actually. I'll have to find that out for you.
I might. So the Luggett scheme upgrades budget that went into the long-term plan, which will have informed the DC calculation, assumed 57.8% of those upgrades be for growth. Just doing a very quick sum around, we've got 460, total capacity of 926 dwellings, available capacity for 554. That would suggest growth is about 60%. So it's within Kiwi, within about 2%.
Within Kiwi, but it's still not right. I mean, it's still, pure maths, it's still not right.
I guess one of the challenges we have is we set the long-term plan cost drivers based on the best available information we have at the time.
Yeah.
If we think back to the Upper Cooper project, we were still in preliminary design, and at that time, the forecasted projections out to 2051 were 2,000 and something dwellings. We then moved through quite a lot of design evolution, and through that we unlocked capacity. Maybe the nature of how much of the project will deliver a level of service improvement might change, and so that's why we're in a position to do that kind of stuff now that we're actually knowing what's going to be built. So it's a similar situation with Luggett. A portion of that spend was brought forward that hasn't yet been completed and capitalised and reflected, but it might be that we see that correct itself when the balance of those upgrades are delivered. So I appreciate the comment that it's not correct, but we haven't actually delivered the whole project.
Yeah,
look, it will be.
And the only other thing I'd say is the DC policy does go back and it does go forward.
Yeah.
So we'll pick it up.
So just to close that out, so you're saying that was it 60% or something, 58% or something was assigned to growth?
That was for the Luggett supply.
The water supply. Okay.
So that doesn't.
Well, that gives me some comfort at least that we've assigned. The problem we've still got to, and look, there'll be a diminishing return on, the last 100 connections are going to, don't require as much upgrade as the first 300. So look, I can live with that share, but
just to fully clarify myself, because I'm just sort of catching up on this. So we're assuming that if there was 100, but if the water scheme was sized for 100 people, what we're saying is that 57 of those are still to come.
Yeah.
And there's 43 of them still left. Now, in terms of working out that split, are we actually looking at the people in Luggett who are here now who are just rateable properties, or those who are actually connected currently? Because there's a difference. There's a lot of rateable units in Luggett that aren't actually connected to the water supply.
Certainly the wastewater.
Well, not so much the wastewater, but the water supply. There's quite a few who've got their own boards at this piece. So are we counting them as part of the people that are going to get a level of service upgrade? Or are we counting them as future growth?
Ironically, they call it the dead horse board.
Yeah.
With the dead horse.
I need to
Creek.
know what the
But you understand
I
the
understand what
question.
you're saying. I think the question would be whether they're serviceable now or not. So whether they're paying a half rate. Peter might have that information to hand, I'm not sure. So I can't say for certain.
At least we have some comfort that it's closer. But the problem is we don't know where those 58% are coming from, because we don't have the zone capacity and we don't have the predicted growth unless we accommodate things like more at the airport and Corbridge and stuff like that. So we just simply don't know how long are we going to hold on to that debt for the infrastructure that we've installed, because we don't know where that growth is coming from at later.
So Corbridge and Project Pure are connected to the scheme. There's still some work ongoing to connect.
For water, always. But I mean, yesterday he said it wasn't, but that he was going to do his own water supply. So it's a major assumption.
Yeah. So the points raised by the submitting yesterday, have we dealt with those? And you've touched on them with Corbridge and the airport, but there's also this factor in there around requirements for firefighting and resource consent submissions. Did that factor into our assessment of the dwelling equivalents? And I'm looking at understanding exacerbators and where this is going.
That's a question I can't answer it because I didn't see that submission yesterday, so I don't know.
So if we did ask staff to go away and get the answers and check those facts, has that been done or not?
I have shared it with Tony. Look, I think that the issue we've got there, that was one submission by one party that made some claims that there's definitely another side.
And that's what we're wanting to check. So do we have we checked those? Please don't, have we got the answers to, you know, whether those things were accurate or not?
So this was a
We haven't got the PowerPoint presentation.
yeah, that's the challenge of putting the PowerPoint. We'll chase that up with governance to try and get hold of the PowerPoint that Alex provided.
Can we get, that needs to be, I think, addressed, because
So
it
I
was a
think
submission. By, if we can get some information by the end of the day, just to fact check what those claims, because we do need to understand that.
I'll run through it with Tony, because the claims were quite grand in terms of the scale of the pipeline and the overcapitalisation of the scale of Luggett. So what we need to check up against is what Luggett was, what it was actually designed to meet in terms of population growth that was there, because I suspect that the consideration was based on today's size Luggett.
I think just to be, I think one of the, you know, as I understand it anyway, one of the reasons they put the tank farm where they did was because they did intend to supply the airport, but they didn't intend to supply it at W3 firefighting. It's not high pressure, high volume. That still requires work within the airport to accommodate the firefighting requirements. So, but, you know, we've also indicated that they have been assumed to be paying for it in the future in terms of connections and rates and stuff, presumably, when they connect.
Good to see that.
So you can see in the report that came to council in about October or November last year, which was the budget included the budget for Wanaka Airport development and renewals, which includes $500,000 for on-site development of water and wastewater, particularly for firefighting. So the information's there. I think the submission made yesterday had some very useful information in there that we need to look at to be able to later make some decisions on how we're going to deal with that. Much of it just adds up. It makes sense. Now, whether it's true or not is another story. I think much of it likely is. But we're not going to resolve anything with that today.
Okay, so I'm conscious of the time, and people will need a comfort break. We do have a proposal for us for Luggett, which is a lot better than it was. And
Sorry, can I ask a question about the proposal?
yeah.
Can I just understand what the flow-on future effects are doing the unfunded 100K? Is that coming out of a different bucket? Or is it mean rates in other parts of the place are going up slightly? If we're not, what's the what is unfunded rate?
Effectively, our budget would be not 100% funded by our rating and our alternative revenues. So we're like there's a ratio that they monitor, which is you try to get 100%. So we would not be at 100%.
We're talking about
unfunded.
We're talking about 100,000 in terms of a rate take of a couple of hundred million.
Small, yeah.
I mean, but they all add up. And
but then we have.
I think we did this.
That'd be 99.
We did this. We did this last year in Katrina, didn't we?
Yeah.
We had unfunded.
Yeah.
Probably about exactly the same amount.
Same amount.
So it's not a new thing. That's been done.
So debt goes up marginally as a result. Rates go up across the board as a result. Or a bit like
something, yeah.
We're not collecting it from there. Where are we getting it from?
Well, I've got a few suggestions to come to later on. If we get that.
The loan doesn't get repaid.
Yeah,
right.
Right. I'm just going to do a sense check around the table of whether there's more that we need to discuss.
Oh, no, sorry, I was just saying number 2, I was good with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, same strategy, right? Like we figured out later.
Buying time, we're buying time.
If we're gonna do this, I think we need to understand what better looks like. Around this table, it's our job to direct staff to make sure that there are the appropriate systems in place to make sure this stuff is resolved. It's not up to us to just say, oh, that wasn't good enough and, go sort it out. We need to work with staff to make sure we've got better systems in place. And when we ask these questions around, what's the dwelling equivalent of this and that, and when we're funding rates, what's the growth? It should be there somewhere really easy. So for staff and everybody, so that and as things change, as projects change through design and through completion, we need to be able to update that and then adjust. And maybe we need to, because we're high growth, we need to review our DC policy every year potentially, if that's going to save us a lot of money. Because if we're waiting 3 years and we're losing out, we say, oh, growth isn't paying for growth. Partly that's because we're not using our tools effectively and efficiently, and it's our job around this table to make sure that staff fix that. But we haven't done that in the past, and I think this council can make that happen, but not if we just sit here and go, oh, yeah, and we don't actually follow up.
So I think as part of the LTP work, it's exactly what we need to do. And we need to work together, governance and officers together, to put in place a model, an approach and a policy framework that actually will give us this kind of transparency, because staff desperately want this simplicity as well. This is not just related to the community that needs these insights. We need these quick and easy.
I mean, my closing point on this is, I don't think we've got comfort about where we've come from to get to the figures that were in the draft plan. That gives me concerns about what else may not be reliable. We don't have time as councillors, and staff certainly don't have time for us to be diving down into the level of detail that we've had to try and get to and still not resolved. But that's been driven by perfectly reasonable questions from the ratepayers. And that is the biggest message to me, that we have to be able to show, certainly when we come to rate capping and everything else, that we are balancing and we're transparent and we can explain and show why we're charging what we're charging for. Because none of these people can go and get their water from someone else. No one else can go get a second quote. So absolutely key. These are captive customers. We have to be able to do it really well. And when we do, we're in a much better place, and we'll all have a bit more time.
It's scary how we've been audited.
Yeah,
and none of this
and
has
I
come.
just want to signal too, I mean, I've done a very specific example here to understand the rate paid on an individual party. Now, this doesn't just bring this, Luggett increases don't just bring it in line with the rest of the district, they actually bring it in line and leapfrog us. And so while it's helpful to come down to 15%, it doesn't solve the problem that if we impose, you know, the water costs next year or the rest of the wastewater cost in Luggett, they will cost way more than almost anywhere else in the district. And that's a problem, and which we need to get to the bottom of. But look, as I said, I'm not going to fight against bringing the impact down in Hawea and Luggett is a step in the right direction, but we haven't solved the problem. And you know, you just reinforce that.
Should we take a break?
Yeah.
Thank you. What was our lunch break schedule? 10 minutes? Yeah, should we take 20 minutes? 20 minutes? Okay, everyone, just calling us back to order. Hope you all enjoyed a bit of fresh air and a bite to eat. And we've got some internal submissions. I've just got a question which I'm going to put out to Catherine and Michelle. So we heard quite a few submissions talking about the general costs of rate rises. There's some things in the internal submissions that speak to a bit of that. Where on the agenda do you see us having discussion about the general rate rise?
Well, general rate rise, we don't actually have very many general rates, so. That's
Oh.
great. But overall, you're more than welcome to talk about them after. these
Do the internal one?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
thanks.
These are just things that we observed. So this first one was where we're doing our capital reforecast, and I said, can we look out 18 months and see what then potentially falls out of this annual plan and falls into long-term plan? And so these projects were identified. So they're a value of $30 million. Obviously, it's only the renewals and the levels of service portions and the interest on those. So the impact is on that bar column, which is about 425k reduction. So what we're seeking, what we're trying to recommend is that we would move those projects out this annual plan by those values and save 2.5% on the rates.
0.25.
Yeah, 0.25.
Currently.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Why not?
That's great.
Take everything we can. On the, just a quick question. So the new waste facilities.
Yeah.
13.8 million. What does that relate to? Maybe Tony.
Is the material.
With the MERV.
Recycling.
Recycling.
Right.
This is for the move plan.
Yeah.
So to spend that much money. So we're into that procurement process.
So in there it says, because I had the same question, and sorry, John, feel free to carry on, but it reflects a revised delivery approach. So that's just not mere deferral. That's saying that the approach to delivering the service has shifted. And what I'm anticipating is that we've gone out for and done the RFP off the back of the expression of interest bit, and staff may have taken a preference, which is not what we were intending to do.
There was no decision being made, no preference.
No, I know. That's what I'm worried about, is that the decision is ours. It's supposed to come back to the table. What I'm worried about is that if we defer the funding out to 2029, 2030, that will have an impact on our decision ahead of just considering the different options open to us. So I'm wondering
I guess your question is, does that decision predetermine what the delivery service is for the mixed recycling? I think it's a pretty straightforward question.
The comment caught my eye too. Our recommendation is to defer the money because in the event we continue with the current pathway, well, the pathway that was assumed in the LTP being QLDC funds, that is about the maximum we could get away next year in terms of securing some land or things like that. So I'm not sure why the wording says an alternative pathway. That's not what our recommendation was set on. There's nothing in here where we've inferred or assumed a predetermined solution.
So it's just deferring rather than removing.
Yeah, and the reason that is beyond the following financial year is because there's already a really substantive budget in financial year 28.
Well, that
because their budget spans multiple years.
Yeah, no, I realise.
So you just be loading up the next year for the.
We can always bring it forward in the LTP if we want to.
So this is just slightly clumsy wording, is that?
Yeah, no, that's
okay. Thank you.
One of the things I was looking through the capex in the budget, there was 1.2 million for the shot over disposal field. So could somebody talk to what that budget is for?
Sorry, which question?
The shot over disposal field. So it's in the capex projects in the draft annual plan, not on your internal submission. Or should I come back to that?
Put the question around it, about someone that losing the annual plan.
Yeah, what is the 1.2 million that we're spending on the shot over wastewater disposal field for?
So is this for the next, within the next
This
year?
year,
Yeah, in the
This year's current.
it's figuring this year's
Oh,
annual.
well, that will- I'm assuming that will be around the consenting process, budgets for consenting process, consultant costs, probably some design components, the resolution that you passed on March 19th. Noted that we're going to continue with the design process in parallel to the consenting process. I'm assuming that that's what those costs are for. They're all capitalised. That's the project.
They call capex costs.
Yes, so I definitely can confirm that the costs be capitalised against the project cost at the end.
So disposal field might not mean that the
Yeah.
old disposal field, it might just mean disposal.
Yeah. It's the work.
That was the name that went into the LTP for the project before we knew that's the solution.
The disposal field. Okay. So, thank you.
Probably need to change the
Yeah.
the name.
Because there isn't one anymore. Perhaps just think of it. Yeah. So, councillor, any questions? Yeah.
Just having been at the Glenorchy Association meeting last week and how excited they are about their playground coming.
Yeah.
I'd hate to see that deferred.
Yeah.
So
me too.
I'm just trying to understand what the wording is around coordinate with BOT, MOE. And just want to make sure that it's still a priority and still happening.
Might be like a Ken to come back from.
Because also the at the meeting that the council staff that did go up and talk about it, I think, was a fairly positive reception to what was talked about around that.
So, I think I need to wait for Ken to answer that one. I don't think it's the deferment of the Glenorchy playground. Who comes back, we can ask him that one. On this
Yeah.
project.
Okay.
I could read a couple of
Next time.
What's that all?
Any more questions on this? So, do we have a sense that we support that?
yeah, support, yeah, making it make things, just move things when they did it.
So I have one question in relation to the QEC or courts still, sorry, I can read it. That's the right thing. Still $1 million of expenditure. What's that going to be on? Again,
You're gonna have to get a up on that next week.
oh,
I'm Drew, that Eric is also not here.
When Ken comes in.
We're missing the energy.
Okay.
I'll hold that question for later.
Yep.
Just a quick one, are there any other marginal projects that are unlikely to be delivered this year that we're waiting for? Or did you pull out everything that was everything? Okay, cool.
Okay, well, I think you've got a feeling for that. Yes. Rating unit.
Next slide. So I think we've mentioned this a few times. Obviously, because we have growth, we get more rating units. And so right to the last minute, we will be estimating how many rating units and by averaging. That means that it's potentially another 0.4 million that we don't need to rate because we're spreading over the big. So it's just so that you another 2.5% would potentially come off. So we'll 0.25.
So potentially with this and the previous ones, looking at 0.5%, so bringing that down to 11.2.
Yeah.
11.2.
Yeah. And then obviously the other, the scheme-based proposals for how we earn nugget that will also bring down the average as well. And then there was just two little costs that we thought we'd just mention as well. So fuel impacts, are we still, you know, we're reviewing all our contracts. At the moment, there's no obligation on us until the next indexation kind of round. So we currently don't know what to kind of budget for. But if you look at the next line around Three Waters transition, you know, there's a little bit of interest on our borrowing costs, because that's a item that we're borrowing for at the moment. We're sort of proposing that we would offset that with some more additional revenue. So camping, parking revenue tends to have been a little bit higher this year, and we're thinking potentially it might be a little bit higher again next year. So we're just thinking that we could potentially absorb any of those fuel costs, Three Water transition interest, so we wouldn't have to rate for it. We could just absorb it through gains in our revenue that come through year to date.
I looked at it recently, it's about $800,000 in fines that we've issued. I don't know how much we're, I mean, I'm already looking sort of 2/3 of that thing should be paid. But yeah, it's very neat.
Doing my bit, I $51 parking fine yesterday.
Oh, nice. Way to go. Get a few more.
Just a random thing that cropped up in conversation, so I might as well mention it here, but camper van parking in next door, sometimes empty, so we're not collecting revenue, but also those camper vans take up a lot more space than a car. Could we, given that they're kind of isolated, look at charging additional for the generation revenue? Because that's a visitor
parking strategy, isn't it?
Sorry.
Camper vans.
I think we're at the point where we can't just wait for strategies all the time. Sometimes we might just need to make a move into strategy, then walk something back, then maybe we do. But I think, you know, we have to be looking at collecting revenue to bring down rates.
Are you suggesting that because a camper van takes up to effectively 2 car parking spaces, they pay twice?
Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a way of collecting.
But that's for the parking
That's like
strategy, not for the
talking
campaign,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Okay,
no,
so then
but
maybe we park it.
I'm not pitching it as something that we need to do now. I'm just saying if we're having a conversation about parking, there are ways to generate more revenue because we need to generate more revenue.
So part of the parking strategy will be about, you know, how time limits and parking
When's that
prices.
due?
Bring it to the next to current revenue, current revenue stream, we'll deal with that.
To the LDP.
Okay. Catherine, the 142,000 represents the 8 million that we've set aside for Three Waters.
Yeah, by the end of the next financial year, it will be approximately 8 million of costs we're expecting.
2%.
One of the
2%. How do we get such cheap money?
So we haven't staggered
It's taken, we haven't spent it all yet over time.
So there was a question I think I asked at one point yesterday, or Sebastian can't remember, but that so those interest costs, ratepayers paying for those now, rather than
water rate.
Sure, yeah. Rather than carrying that over as an accumulating interest debt that's then paid by the CCO, we're paying it up front.
Ken, I'm just listening to the meeting.
Fair enough.
Oh, Jeremy's on the call. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Go ahead.
He's muted himself.
Thank you, Jeremy. If you can, you might be able to answer the questions around with the Northern Playground and
He's
Was it?
Okay, that's fine.
Cool.
Cody.
So just one of the ideas that floated recently around the $8 million for the CCO establishment, $3.5 million of that is in tech. There was a lot of appetite to try and share technology systems across CCOs across New Zealand, nationalise as much as we can. I'm just, I guess, having a slight just sort of comment in here now, before we spend a lot of money on building our own systems, is that something that we're taking an approach?
Yeah, we're not spending money on building our own systems. We have done an evaluation of our current systems, and we're working through a process to work out, do we use the current system or do we, or actually we're talking to other CCOs about what they're currently doing. So yeah,
seems
it's not going to be 3.5 million spent on the systems.
There you go. All future savings. Yum, yum, yum.
Okay, next slide was any comments that you wanted to talk about the savings or?
Oh, yeah,
opportunities?
yeah, just a few questions. I'm not sure whether the council has got their own thoughts on things. So, looking at, what was in the annual plan versus the long-term plan, is somebody able to explain why there's 3 million more in the economic development unit than was budgeted for in the long-term plan? It just seems quite a significant amount. There's already,
Yeah, it's not in their operational budget, that's.
you know, it says.
Is that the APBA numbers?
There's only a small amount.
It won't be the economic development budget, it might be more economy budget.
Well, it's under economy.
Under economy.
Yeah, and then we've got economic development going up 1.3 million, and we've got the film unit going up 1.4 million. So no, that's what was in the annual plan. That there was nothing in the long-term plan. So what we've got is over 3 million more in the annual plan than within the long-term plan, and it's 3 million.
Yeah, it's huge. And it's way
out. And it's all OPEX. So
the economic development does include the RTOs, that 9 million number, that's NICU and.
no, that's there's a separate spend for that.
I think Jane is online. Jane, can you win us to try and help us? Page 34, I think, of the annual plan. Film and events, 1.4.
And economic development.
And economic development. Economic development. Jane's got her mic on.
She's unmuted, but we can't.
Myself, sorry. I just wanted to check, I'm not sure when the report was run, but we did move tourism, promotional regional tourism from corporate services to sit with Peter Harris with economic development. So if there is a net nil overall, that will be it.
Tourism marketing is in as a standalone figure, 7.1 million, and in the annual plan, and it's there as 7 million in the long-term plan, so that it's gone up.
So that looks like it's a double up. That's not a.
Well, has it flowed through into the?
Don't know.
Right.
No,
Sorry, I just need
State
to.
flows through.
So finance and support services did go down.
Which says remapping of strategy, salary and wages.
Grant.
Jane? So finance and support
That would be
services
the
gone down by
grant.
1.8. Remapping of strategy, salaries and wages and grants from finance and support service.
I will have to check with Ian on how they've mapped the report and then come back to you, if that's okay.
If we could look at that with some urgency, because if that is a duplication, then it's significant.
No, it's a recoding from
But
finance.
that doesn't explain all of it. That's only 1.8.
still 1.2,
And that's almost.
No.
And the tourism promotion is also in there as 7, in
Yeah.
addition to the economic development of 9, which does not sound right.
So can we come back to that? I'll go
Yeah,
talk to
absolutely.
Peter and get it
Yeah.
from
I'll-
that end.
I'll go and-
and I'll into it from the financial end and I'll come back.
Or we could just
Am I allowed to do
down
that?
now.
Let's
Well,
not
I
do
can.
Oh, I think we should.
that. I'm pretty sure Peter's going to tell me he has had no increase in his budget. So
No,
I need to go find out what that is.
We know
Yeah.
it's only have $9 million.
Yeah.
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 it's
So I will be back.
it's
Jane,
definitely a
you'll get it?
surprise. I'll check with my end as well.
What page are you on?
Okay.
Page 42 on the, sorry, 34. 34.
Yeah.
And it's under the economy, where there's a 3.2 million more in the annual plan proposed than was in the long-term plan.
Can I ask another one on a similar vein?
I was going to say, do you want to go on to the next thing and I'll go away and talk to Jane and
Yeah,
Peter and
yeah,
then come
we'll-
back
yeah.
and then we can talk about it,
Yeah.
unless Nikki has something.
Well, it's, I don't, no, what it would be, the long-term plan had 9 mil for enforcement and has gone up to 11, and it's got a note driven by allocation of overheads. I'm just wondering if those overheads have been passed on into the user fees.
That's not me, so I'll bring it up to you.
What page was that?
That's 34.
Next.
So yeah, under enforcement, under
Yeah.
regulatory functions and services.
Oh, no.
Catherine, it's the tourism marketing budget. of 7.1, is that money in, money out?
Yeah.
That's purely 100%.
That's the pass, that's the pass through, well, 95% pass through.
No, I
It seems Penny's stolen her back
On that one.
on the information.
Have council got any other questions about anything else? So,
Yeah, we do have overheads that we've obviously got to recover in via fees.
Yeah, so what I'm wondering is, yeah, it's
And it's an 80-20.
well, it's a 2 million, it's a $2.5 million increase. And it says driven by allocation of overhead, so are we recovering $2.5 million?
Well, there's a lot more staff than the team as well. So there's, every time you have an extra FTE, you get more overhead.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, has all that been factored in?
Yeah, into the
Fee
pricing.
structure.
Yeah.
so we'll be recovering.
Yeah,
percentage.
the budget is set to recover 80-20 and to cover the costs.
Yeah.
So that again, that should be a cost neutral vehicle. So.
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Should we get Ken to answer those other questions now?
Oh, actually, yeah, great. Come on.
Welcome on the stage.
It's a very important question.
The answer
Very important question, Ken.
cannot be swings and roundabouts.
They'll make it a little playground.
Thanks, Chair. Excuse me, I'll pop down to get lunch and deal with the emergency staff now, so.
Welcome back. Thank you. Thanks for that.
Three points, I think Catherine's asked for me to report against the QEC indoor courts and the deferral of the monies and what that actually $1 million, just over $1 million represents. So,
Staying a year.
pardon?
The million that's staying.
The $1 million stays set aside for the professional services that will need to be invested. So we have a session next week to report back on the project, council, and then pending the direction and some of the feedback on that workshop, we'll report back on all that's been done today to that project, the configurations and some of the other elements associated with the capacity and what we've got to. Clearly very aware it's a big ticket item in terms of the investment profile. And then pending that, we would be expected back at council in September, and it would be a further workshop, and then there'd be a decision to be made at some point 3 months of that meeting. The team's been working on forecasting. You'll be aware it's a $42.5 million investment profile with inflation up to about 46 million. So as part of that, in the LTP, we had set aside 4 million plus, which included a whole range of things to do with servicing, car park configuration, pretty much the total cost of that. And what we've done through the work today is we've reallocated, kept professional services for the next part to $1 million, just over 1.1, and then offering back the rest. And then wildfire, that's actually a clever piece of work. You'll be aware we've partnered with FENS in the last couple of years, and we've got a significant contribution, I think, off the top of my head, about 23 million over the resilience program across a number of the reserves and network. That figure is an adjustment again on the forward program. So in partnering, we've been able to get access to a range of professional services in support of how we take forward the planning and the project layout, and that money was set aside for that. So it's to come on stream in the first year of the LTP program. So again, that's just more of a in-depth, how can we make sure we've done the checks and balances around what is the actual investment required to take forward. And then the Glenorchy playground, actually the adjustment to that is based on the positive interaction we've had with the community. We've been in conversations with the community association, school, and also you'll be aware of the Dark Skies Initiative, Your Worship, and the potential of that Matariki campus and how that might form part of the reserve conversation in and around that playground that they're looking to improve. So it's been proposed we adjust out the actual construct budget, and we spend the time that's been requested of us through that community to partner and collaborate to get the design and all the elements that they'd like to see informed to be brought back to the table at some point, signed off. So certainly not lost in any way. Actually, quite the contrary, it's about a positive opportunity to collaborate with that group around how, well, the wider group around how we take forward a really good outcome.
Do they need to be integrated, those two projects?
Well, they may or may not, but we've been asked to actually collaborate around partners around that. Because it's on the same reserve as what we've identified at this stage.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
And again, you know, through community and this table, community and environment committee, that decision may or may not be made depending on funding and timing, but it certainly struck us as a great opportunity to collaborate with that wider community.
I'm just thinking there's limited amount of limited amount of funds.
Yes.
And with inflation pressures and stuff, we may lose value, and then I don't know. It just seems.
I don't think
it was
both,
completely integrated.
both projects aren't, they're occupying the same space, but they're not on the same funding model.
No, not the same funding model, but just that conversation.
Yes.
And one project involves some engagement with iwi as well, so I think it's about time.
And we didn't see ourselves,
together.
yeah, good point, Michelle.
Yeah.
Thank you, councillor. We're not looking to invest in that per se on that budget. It's set aside for the playground upgrade.
Just
So pushing it back for a year so that it can all be worked through together.
Yep, schools been asked to be part of that, as well as, you know, the community and the community association. And positive interaction. I don't think anyone's seen this as kicking the can
Do
down the
they
road.
So they know that the deferral is happening?
Well, on the parts of,
It's
we
been highlighted?
will go back to them. This is what's proposed for today. So we'll make sure it's well articulated, yes.
I'm just wondering, because if you had conversations, sorry we pedantic about it, but just to be
No, it's
clear.
important about expectations.
Yeah, through those discussions about integration, have we said, look, if we want to integrate them and do it as a whole, we need to push this back, and that's been
I can check.
communicated. It'd be really good just to understand if that's what they're expecting or not before we say.
I'm with you.
Because I think also the budget is worth noting as well that it doesn't mean it's being delayed a year. If the original expectation was that it was going to be in month 10 of the year ahead of us, and it's actually going to move into month 1 of the following year after that. It's not, it doesn't actually translate to a full year deferral of a project or a delay. It could actually
Check to see if it's been deferred in the past as well. I'm just trying to remember whether we've did already.
I just wonder, for the sake of, for the sake of a $5,000 saving, why not keep it in the budget in case we need to spend it rather than the other way around? That's all. As part of one of my suggestions. That's all. I mean, it's a bit of a blip, and if we kept it in there, and that keeps our promise to the community out there that we're still focused on it, that it's still sitting there for the sake of the numbers. Why not keep it in the budget?
As long as finance is comfortable with that, councillor, yeah, I mean, like, we actually have a great track record of doing the bringing forward, pushing out.
I'm not trying to. Don't say that you're not. I'm just trying to say why. Because of the numbers, why not keep it in the
same
budget?
with councillor Gladden, right? Playgrounds are very dear to the hearts of community.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what community, they make a big difference and big impact.
If we can actually do it, physically get it done, I'd support keeping it in and getting it done this year. It's just.
I think that's the question, like, whether it can realistically be done this year. So it might be that we're coming back to ask for a carry.
How about I report back as soon as I can on the points that have been raised, including have we previously pushed this out?
Yeah, otherwise there's the whole group that needs to be, you don't get to spend money on the playground.
Next time I go to the GY meeting, I'll get lynched.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I ask one other question whilst we talk about general expenditure? We had some discussion at a prior workshop about the cost of the Freedom Camping Ambassador programme, and I'd be keen to understand if we were of a mind not to fund that this coming year. I mean, what would be the financial savings?
Well, I can talk to that, and I'll just check. I'm pretty sure we come on up. Enjoy yourself at the table.
It's also the actual quick.
I'm not. Not deciding whether it's a good or bad program, but just understanding.
We appreciate the opportunity to have a conversation. You know, we're actually really acutely aware of. So just as a bit of a context, that funding was previously paid and funded through government.
Yep.
And previous councils supported the administration of an ongoing ambassador program. Actually, this financial year is the conclusion of that budget. Next financial year.
We're using our own budget.
Yeah, sorry. That stopped
last year.
This financial year is next year the last of the budget, or this one?
No, this is it.
This is it. So we don't actually have any budget set aside.
So the year that we've just come into the end of, we had TIF funding.
300, no,
We haven't had,
No.
we haven't had government funding for a couple of years.
So the year that we're currently in,
Mhm.
we funded ourselves.
That's right,
But-
350,000.
And are you saying there's no equivalent?
In what's being put forward, I believe, there is no budget set aside. Yes, in the current.
Are we absolutely clear on that?
Yeah.
We have looked at it and pushed it out through the LTP, but it's not been submitted and
So the alternative is that the regulatory team would step in and do cost recovery, so.
What budget line would that have been in?
It's in a community services budget line. Can't remember the number off the top of my head. There's two different lines. One is consultant budget. The other one is fleet vehicle budget. So 50K in the vehicle budget, 300 in the consultant
Yeah,
budget.
no, I'm just looking at
one
that.
of the finance people on the phone might be able to find it for us, councillor.
Yeah. So yeah, because that was the question. Are we paying for that again coming year? And the answer, I think, is I hear it is.
I think that is the question really
Well,
to
well,
councillors.
we're not proposing to, and there's nothing in the current
Is it
budget.
an intentional reduction or the money be spent on something else and it's in some sort of budget that sits there in the background? Because we could use it to reduce rates if we pull that money out.
We just so we're clear,
Yeah.
and Catherine might be able to answer you two parts to your question,
No, no.
councillor. We have
Yeah.
looked at forecasting money through the long-term plan, and we
Yeah.
have not done so. So the 350 concludes at the end of June, and as of 1 July, there is no money in the community services end
Okay,
for the delivery of an ambassador program,
got it.
and we have not been asked to redistribute that money. It's just no money, and Catherine might have a view on it, but that would be that would cease that program.
So just say that came out of the tourism infrastructure fund?
No, there was funding set aside by the government under the new legislation, the self-contained vehicles
Yeah.
legislation. That was a transition fund for a couple of years, and that ceased
So-
after that time.
Right. So, if the international visitor levy was available for its intended, part of its intended purpose for local government, would this be one of those areas in which we could expend it, or is that more on infrastructure itself rather than services like this?
We are having, the conversations we've had with government on that is they've indicated that likely like to see it on infrastructure rather than operational.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and user pays.
Bricks and
There's a
mortar.
big difference. Hang on a minute.
Pay
Matt.
for it.
Well, and excuse me, I was just going to clarify too, coming back to Catherine's point about the regulatory. So as of April, our summer program concluded, and it now sits in around regulatory. It also reduces loads of through the peaks and off shoulder seasons as well. So I know a number of you at this table have continued to register concern in your immediate communities about the ongoing load that we are seeing in the freedom camping space. That currently is either dealt through regulatory, or we are having to do, we are having to look at how we currently resource through either in-house, where it is not done at all. So just, there is, regulatory's role is quite clear. They have a focus around what they can and cannot do and how they go about doing it. So we, just because you stop this program, the problem's not going away then.
That was my question, was going to be enforcement. So the enforcement line, is that being considered in terms of an upscale in terms of enforcement requirement? Due to the investment program?
It's an offsetting, so we haven't included the revenue.
Yeah, okay. So they'll issue more fines, but they'll collect more revenue, which offset.
So just on that point, so you just said that we don't have a budget for enforcement because it's self-funding, is that what you're
Well,
largely
we
saying?
have it for the existing hours,
Yeah,
but this is additional hours over summer that we're.
so if we were to suggest an increase in the enforcement hours or the amount of money, keeping in mind that it's more than offset by the fines that are produced, is there any rating impact on that? No, so we could signal that we want to see an uplift in enforcement in place of not having the ambassador program.
I didn't get that. Could you try?
Settle down, Elon. Settle down, Elon.
That's hilarious.
Can I just comment on that? I think one thing to think about is enforcement is different from the education piece.
totally.
And
and we could potentially look very heavy-handed if we're just enforcing, for example. I know the enforcement, the regulatory team do education, but I think what we've been able to do with the ambassador program is different. We've been able to really have a targeted group of people that focus on education and building a good relationship with those visiting our district. So just emphasising.
Yeah, no, I totally understand all that. I mean,
Okay, thanks. I think I guess we're going to have to see how it plays out, see how it goes over the
Yeah, so we'll step down. We're not going to be doing any more forecasting a budget in this line, which is clearly what we've been asked for. I just want to check that direction. Like, so it's end of June, that is the last of that budget from our perspective. But it might be the point to look at.
Well,
that's through an enforcement.
That's the bit that I'm just trying to get a little bit of direction on. Is there, given that it's self-funding, is there any appetite to increase the regulatory function? And my personal view is yes. And I'm not talking about
We can.
doubling or tripping, whatever, add 50% to it or something, like in terms of the hours we put to the monitoring and enforcement. Now, they do a pretty good job educating. They do go around early in the evening and say, look, if you stay here and I'll come back later and give you a ticket, and that's useful. But the reality is it's self-funding as well.
Yes, and just adding to that through you, Chair, it's even that, like, so we've collected 1,620 litres of waste this summer through the ambassadors. We would need to contract that. Now, the contractors we were dealing with are dealing with human waste. They would have a stand down period of at least 24 hours before they could respond. What we don't want to find ourselves in is that we've still got this ongoing interface with the community who expects a service that we don't have the ability to influence. So your point's well made. And it's, just on scale, we all know just the sheer volume we deal with, it doesn't take long to make some of the community get quite concerned about the interface.
So just to sum that up then, so essentially,
it's just a small example.
Yes, that's right, and it's cross borders, isn't it? So the Freedom Camping context is an entirely unfunded mandate now that we have to deliver, and is having an impact on our communities. It's having an impact on our the amount of rate we have to collect, or at least the amount we need to spend to enforce the regulation of that, so that there's less of an impact on our communities. And it's having an impact on the visitors because they're being fined for things that they. So I'm not asking, I'm just making an observation that this is an ongoing problem. Hopefully, I think, again, for the LTP, we need to revisit this and continue to lobby to government to actually get these things funded to enable us to be able to meet the needs and mitigate the consequences to our communities.
I think your points are well made, and as you said, it's not to be responded. At the centre of it is our brand.
Yep.
However you want to bundle that up, right?
Yep.
And it's, again, walking alongside community right through to that interface for a world-class destination. The other elements to consider too are, we actually have a very responsive and flexible enforcement team. We've got staff that have been in this game a very long time. And again, dealing with a couple of you here, including Councillor Smith, what does warrant officers and all the rest of it look like? But you need to have some good controls on it, because as you'll see, we only get back about 67 to 70% infringements because of the way that people step out of the country. So it's not the bastion of everything we need to do. So you're then left with 30% of costs that you're not able to claim against. Now, so I think there's quite a bit in that. But for this summer, we will step down and we will not promote any further ambassador budget.
Okay.
The only other thing I was going to say to keep in mind is that enforcement in general revenue will be really accounted for across the board, in the general. So it's simple as saying, we'll just put it to this.
Well, but the point is, the more enforcement you do, the more you recover.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
The assumption is that you would issue more tickets and that would offset the cost. But if I'm correct, I think the budget for time allocated from security guard officers doing enforcement is only about $80,000, but we recover $500,000+ in freedom camping fines. That's a pretty good return on investment.
We've got a surge of about 870, I think.
Yeah. So even conservatively, it's a pretty good return on investment. So if we up the ante to $120,000 or $150,000 in enforcement, but we're still recovering $800,000, then I you don't want, or more, $1 million a year in fines, it's
So,
a risk.
it's a question to answer those people speak. Is there a foreseeable future where the enforcement activity covers the cost of the ambassador program?
Well,
Yeah, and based on this data. It does now, yeah.
yeah, what certainly watches its space, Chair, and that's Councillor Smith's point.
Yeah, but if we carry on with that service, we're not actually reducing it. So how, yeah, reducing the revenue, so that's, and just one, so how, given that we've got 30 million in our defence fund for waste minimisation and carbon, sort of reduction program. So how would we balance the, where the community would rather we spend that money? Do we spend 30 million? Do we give 30 million away to groups that we want them to help reduce their waste or their carbon, or do we actually use that money to fully fund an ambassador service?
I think
Wicked question. Sorry to throw
No,
that out there.
I
I mean, it's the sort of. I think it's the sort of thing we're probably being expected to do. I don't know.
What I would urge with those topics that you've raised are not the ambassador program, but things like the carbon reduction program and waste minimisation. But those are strands of work that have been picked up in other strategies and programs that have been consulted on extensively with the community. There are strong mandates for those pieces of work within our current annual plan. We don't encourage relitigation of all of those every single annual plan, because you can rest assured that within the last 3 years we've consulted on the waste minimisation plan, we've consulted on the climate biodiversity action plan. That's where you need to look back to. That was the point of consultation, that was the mandate for the work to be included in here.
But they didn't get costed, and there's always our thing.
Yeah, but those budgets have not increased. Well, I actually can't speak for waste minimisation. I need to defer to my colleagues on that.
I'm not talking about the waste min fund. I'm talking about the grant, the grant funding we did, the events fund, where we give money to organisations like Warbirds to help them collect their waste from their commercial operations. So that's.
So you're talking about the events
fund? Yeah, the events fund, which is about 330,000 for that. Well, that was in the. There's lots of events, but in terms of the events,
the discretionary component.
Yeah. So, and it's the only reason I'm saying it's the last conversation I had with Warbirds, they said they applied for the money because we got a fund, but they don't need it. So it's that it's a really hard year. We all get that. It's a really, really hard year, and next year might be different. But if we were having rain capping, we'd be having these conversations anyway, right? So
I think you struggle with something like the events fund is that we haven't consulted on that as part of this process. You can choose. I'm not saying it's not within your rights to go into that territory, but it hasn't been consulted on. You have a very strong community of interest in the event space that would come back at you very quickly on some issues with regards to that. So I'm pointing these out as risks as opposed to obstacles. And that would be the same with any new area that you were to land on today that you haven't heard about in submissions.
The thing is, if we consult on a figure, a percentage figure, and then people saying, well, look, this is just too much, we can't cope. You have to be able to draw from somewhere. And so it's again, it's one of those weighing up of the risks things. Do we risk unaffordable rates, or do we risk someone challenging us because we reduce the waste min fund? There's always trade-offs.
My question would be those to think through the actual submissions that you heard and the submissions that were placed. There was a strong theme around budget and Hawea, but there was not a strong.
The strongest theme was cost of living.
Yeah.
And I think that
I think we're all hearing that cost of living is a major issue at the moment. In fact, I think many of them are feeling it as well. So I think I'd play beyond the submission.
I think we've had a clear mandate from the government to right size because of cost of living. We've had a mandate from the community to right size for cost of living, and we're here going, we need to make sure that we're addressing the concerns of cost of living. I think, like, in terms of consultation, we don't consult to not spend money, we consult to spend money. And I think, the same way we've consulted on the annual plan, and all we've heard is stop leaking money.
Yeah.
So I think, like, the points are, and I totally appreciate the points that have been made, but I, share John's appetite to be, diligent as we possibly can to show that we're being as prudent as possible. Because, anytime somebody says, we know it's hard, we know, you're on a single income and you're struggling to make it survive, and this is a fund, rates isn't something that you can change by not using a service. And then we say, oh, but then also on the other hand, you can apply for this pot of money that we've got because we have this in the budget that we're giving away, whether or not it's there or not. Those are two really hard conversations to have in the same context. And I think that's what the part we're trying to reflect is, you know, like on one hand, we're trying to be prudent. On the other hand, we can sort of like be spreading the wrong message.
And I do very much hear you on that. I guess the only thing I would remind you of is that on the course of this journey, before getting to even the draft stage on this, the office had already gone through a large range of cost reductions from the budget to get us to the 11.7% that we're committed to in the long-term plan. So, you know, to go further than that, over and above, is going to have significant impacts on the organisation. It will have impacts on things at level of service. It will have impacts on things that you've committed to via other mechanisms. So there was a significant raft of these in the run up to Christmas and just after that took various percentages out of budgets that really brought it down. Because you'll recall that if we delivered exactly as per we had said in the long-term plan at the costs of today, we were looking at a rates increase of 20%. So a lot of work has been done to bring it down already. We're open to further conversation on that, but I just wanted to put that in that context.
I mean, it makes total sense. And like when we were doing the long-term plan, we didn't know there'd be a war that could create, you know, another, and it's the same with COVID. At some point you have to respond and reflect what the sentiment of the day is. And I think what we're also cognizant of is that, you know, to reduce $400,000 from the capital program, you have to get rid of $30 million. But to every dollar for dollar you reduce on OPEX is going straight towards subsidising the rate intake. So I think, you know, it's an asymmetrical risk.
Steve? I have a slightly different question. Is it now time
we can come back to the theme, but you throw your.
Well, my question is again around tourism. When is our next opportunity to review our tourism marketing spend? Is that the LTP process?
Yeah.
So we are about to.
Going to have some options in there. Some of that might be how it's funded, how it's part of the revenue financing policy, but also how it's structured at the moment. We've got a slideshow to show you as part of that LTP activity plan about how it's currently structured.
Keep in mind, we need to be, and we need to discuss around what our policy is on that, because because it's a pass-through collection, are we reliant on what the membership requests for us to collect on their behalf, or are we making our decisions independent of that, where we want to?
So does that review also around whether those organisations are still purpose and required?
How they're funded, I think, is more the question. But look at
here in corporated societies, there's a historical agreement with council that we collect a rate from all commercial ratepayers on their behalf. They have a annual general meeting, they approve their membership. But it is a membership organisation, and it's the majority of the people at the meeting rather than the majority of the members, which is every single ratepayer. So how GEM's early childhood education centre benefits from that tourism promotion is a question for the future.
I think it needs to be the subject for another workshop where we could give you the full context and the picture around it, because as the Mayor has alluded to, there's a backstory, there's the current context, there is variation. You know, we have 2 official RTOs and 1 unofficial RTO that acts that way. So there's 3 different moving parts there, and there is the question of, it is our key economy here. It is a major decision to take to adjust funding in that space, arguably.
Yeah, and we've also got the DMP, which council did support the DMP,
did not be taken lightly,
and we can't take that lightly either. So
I understand it would be a very big call and a very big decision, but I actually do get a lot of feedback to me in the community that given how busy and our visitor numbers we are, why do we still need these organisations? And my question is probably, when is there a time where you actually go, do we still need these entities?
I think it's
when is the process?
It's a really good question, and I think it's probably a more fulsome conversation than this one,
Totally
because it's a very valid question to ask. I think what we have seen over the past 10 years that I've been involved in this conversation, there are points when the numbers drop and everyone goes, oh my God, thank God for DQ, let's get them cranking. And then there's points when we're on a high and everyone's like, we're under too much pressure, we've got too many people, what DQ do? So it is this continual fluctuation, but I think it's a really important conversation to have.
John, so a couple of observations there. One, an observation, then probably a question. The whole, so at the moment, the context has changed from when the last LTP came out. It's because, in particular, the government have taken the international visibility and are using that significantly to market predominantly in Australia. Yep. And we're seeing that happen here, and it's having a ripple effect globally. So I think it's a very valid question, Steve, about where we're going with that. What we should be doing is improving the visitor experience, and now DQ would say that's, and they are doing that and doing that well. But there's something not right in that space at present. And yes, I think Michelle's right; it'll change. However, if at the moment it's a question, and then I'll follow up on that. But currently, though, that's $7 million is reported as rates within the amount that we're reporting the 11.3% rates rise on.
But it comes in as income as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's reported as that, but it's not really. It gets back to some of the stuff we've been talking about earlier this week. It's how we tell the story. If we reported that the rates increased this year, excluding the levy on the RTOs, then we've got something more like 10%.
No, because we don't get the income.
I think there's
in and out
by CPI.
Yeah.
Sure.
For the two big ones that only increased by CPI, so that's
So they don't really impact
the increase.
No.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how we're telling the story about this, so that otherwise we're delivering services of our own largely. It's a different category. I think we're not telling the story appropriately and I think it would help a little, maybe only marginal.
Penny, you're going to put me out my misery on the economic development, especially.
No, they're still investigating that. No, we're talking about the RTO funding. So I just want to, so these questions are all really valid, and you have a workshop as part of the LTP to discuss this, because there is an existing agreement and it's all related to the constitution of these organisations. It's not a decision that can be made today to change that funding model. So I just want to make sure we're clear in this meeting.
Yeah, I asked about when is the opportunity coming up.
Yeah.
To
So that is the
top structure.
Yeah. So that's in the, I think it's the revenue and financing session. There'll be you'll get a paper that talks about how it's funded now, what the different options would be, what the impact would be if we changed it. So analysis supporting that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
But there was a question about where that John raised earlier about where
we're still working on that one.
We're still working on that one.
So going back to what Michelle was talking about, essentially supporting the continued grants to waste minimisation at events in particular. Again, the context has changed. Yes, we're in a different financial situation. Everyone is. There should be at some point an expectation that those events would be picking up that responsibility. So although there may not have been consultation directly with them, I think given as Councillor Tucker observed, and John's suggesting too, there is a significant element in submissions to this draft annual plan that the overall rates increase is too much for many people. So if there are opportunities like that don't have a significant negative impact, although those receiving them currently would suggest otherwise, I think responsibly we need to consider some of those. Others we have to keep doing, that's for sure. Ones like that are somewhat discretionary, perhaps we could look at.
Yeah, depending on how the election plays out in a couple of years, we may be having discussions about how we bring it down to 4%. Yeah. And that's
Can I just clarify? So are you talking about the waste minimisation community fund?
Because that's from the
events
fund. I'm just getting the breakdown of it, but the vast majority of our funding that goes into events funds our events. Matariki, New Year's Eve is a big part of that funding. Actually, it's quite a reasonably small number
that is the community events grants. The events team does a lot more, they support a lot more events than the events that we fund. So they have quite a large role in ensuring that every event is done safely, etc. But the community event funding, I'm just trying to get the number.
At a high level, I
But
think
our own events are most of it.
it's $800,000 or $900,000 in total, of which, as they said, 400 or 500 is council events, 300 is the New Year's events in Wanaka alone, I think.
Yeah, it's very expensive.
And then we have 280 or something, which is the discretionary component, and then ones where we have, 40 grand to here, 30 grand to here, and right down to $8,000 to the New Zealand Mountain Film Festival, and then we have community support funding, which is a budget which is about maybe $100,000 all up.
No, it's 260.
Is it? Okay. So and that supports staff, the event staff working directly with smaller community events, and they can fund things, but they're directly related to traffic management, bin collection, toilets, things like that. So they will directly pay for a recycling service or something to support a community event. So there's a whole bunch of different levels to it.
So Mary, Mary, can you just confirm, is that 260, that's your whole community grants fund though, isn't it?
No,
Not
no.
the local
Oh,
community
sorry, just
support.
clarifying, I thought you meant local communities.
So it's in the events fund,
No, sorry, there's a community support funding of events, and I think it's $100,000.
The one that used to be 50K.
Yeah, so this has gone up.
So the line I'm talking about is the reply that got through the Q&A tracker 248/2422 sponsorship events, an annual testable event funding around 330,000, allocated fundings focused on supporting organisers to adhere to the events policy, waste and carbon reduction. So that's the
well, that's the focus of the events funding strategy policy.
But that's not the Christmas New Year event.
No, it's different additional.
150 on
WOW events, Y events, sorry, and community stuff.
It's whoever the panel determines that year.
It includes the New Zealand Golf Open, it includes Warbirds, it includes Challenge Wanaka. It did include the marathon. I'm not sure whether it's still doing.
But to John's point, events that are self-funded and self-raised.
Well, I wouldn't like to comment on that without some analysis. So, for example, the New Zealand Golf Open, you might say that doesn't need our funding, but what it might need is our funding so that all of our residents can go to it for free. I'm not saying it is,
That's where our policy
but for example, that could be a change that might happen if we withdrew that funding.
And so the focus, for instance, for Challenge Wanaka is that it funds it helps fund part of the things that give back to the community, like the schools program and stuff like that. So that the pro athletes pay for themselves largely now, and that it helps support the community outreach components of the event. So there are upsides to it. I'm not defending it. I'm just saying this is
I want to try and keep
and we've
it
changed
strategic.
We've changed the policy to focus on those other outcomes.
The funding is very focused on the outcomes to ensure safety and alignment with what we want the events to achieve in terms of community outcomes. But a lot of it is about safety and about waste and things like that to make sure that they can deliver those events like that.
We have taken a bit of a sinking lid on things like the New Zealand Golf Open, saying we don't need to fund those to big numbers anymore.
Some of them were baked in for 3 years and couldn't change that.
But I think like part of the conversation we're having is the cost of living crisis, right? And then we say, okay, well then for us as a council to cut back on that, we'll just scrap like discretionary funding of really good community events, things that rely on this because it's getting more and more expensive for them to do.
Exactly.
And in the grand scheme of our budget, 300 million income, $290 million of income, this is in the margins, and this for me is something that's very important that should be staying there to help empower these communities that are under the same increasing costs as everybody else. And I think at bang for buck in that space,
So if we wanted to spend less as an organisation, and maybe Michelle will be able to remind us of the actual savings that have been made and how they've been achieved. So that'd be helpful. But if we were rate capped and we had to take 2% off, how do we do that as an organisation? And I mean, at the moment, we're trying to come up with suggestions which probably aren't helpful. And maybe we're just trying to give a sense check direction, but I mean, if everyone's happy with the level, that's fine. I think we are enough to get into.
Are we going to do that right now? That's not really what
I just
want
to. That is what we're bringing in the LTP though.
Yeah.
In the LTP, you will see things like events. This is the total cost of putting on events. These are the outcomes we get out of them.
Yeah.
And these are the choices you have to make, the flow on events within the context of without water. What are our rates implications going to be, and will they be within that band that you're after? So this year is still a bit different in terms of the situation we're under, because we haven't had that conversation when you formed the annual plan. So I would just advise we want a lot more information about these things.
In terms of core operational costs, you know, the 600,000 a year we spend on advertising, the 600,000 we spent on recruitment agencies, you know, the 2,000 a head that we spend on learning development. I mean, do we ever get to talk about those, or we just because there's implications for all of those, and I appreciate it's a really
you're right. There are implications for all of them. I think to have that conversation at this late stage, we did have an earlier conversation to say, do you want to reduce down further than where we've got to? And let me just finish. And we were given the target to go for the 11.7, which we did, and we made those significant savings. Catherine can run through those. We're open to further direction from this table. I think, John, though, you hit on a good point of saying something. A direction from you to say we need another 2% off is more helpful for us to go away and work out how to do it, because it will come from all sorts of different corners. Actually, just picking on an area in a public forum is quite challenging for us to talk through in this.
And it's similar to the conversation we had about the growth portion and I certainly get that.
Can I just, Chair, just need to adjust an error. We said there was no budget next year loaded for the ambassador program. My phone's slightly blowing up. There is budget loaded. I did think it was a bit of an anomaly. So there is 350 in next year's program for the ambassadors, but on the direction of this table, clearly we can take a discussion on that. A couple of points just to think about too for Camping Inc. We spend quite a bit of time working alongside the bylaw, which is specialist advice. We invest quite significantly in legal, and we also have other streams, which includes the strategy and the administration. And just to note, we do have direct staff that actually oversee this that would be clearly implicated, and we know how hard they work in that space. So I just wanted to report back, and picking up on Michelle's note, if you direct us as a group to go and find the percentage, clearly, you know, this would be one of those aspects that you've asked us clearly today to look at.
On that Freedom Camping, the IPL has 4.7 million, but it's like implementation of reforms funding the establishment costs of the regulator and system. I mean, I don't know what that means, but it could mean that, like, I don't know what else they're funding 4.6 million.
The IPL has been really problematic in terms of how to apply to it, how to access it, how to receive any of it. We've tried through a number of avenues so far. We're continuing to push on that, but it's
and just adding to Michelle's point through you, Chair, Councillor, that's what Marie was saying. So you possibly will, you know, Aoraki Mount Cook, they're testing the pay use toilet experience there through DOC at the moment. They are very keen to see more of that rolled out, and it would be around infrastructure. I think Councillor Smith previously mentioned we used to get access to the tourism investment, went into a lot of the standalone toilet units, so they're definitely in that space. But one other point just to note for the table, talking about grants, Inc. You'll be aware also we're currently out to market too, advising community to apply for a range of tranche of grants at the moment as well.
Can I ask a quick question? I'm just looking through the grants thing, and it's really interesting. Like, it all adds up, and you've got $11 million, which if we killed all of that, that would be grants and events. That would be a 0% rates increase. But there's some really good stuff in there, and the tourism promotion rate is in there. But
I was going to say that tourism as well.
There's things in there like what is? So we've got community grants 200,000. We've got grants.
I know this.
I know
because I don't think we are now.
Well, are we going to do
it?
I think.
I think the question though is if we were to give direction on 2%, that's trying to get rid of $4 million of OPEX.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's roughly the numbers, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which either has an effect on services or the benefits we provide to community, or will have a direct effect on our staff? It feels,
What about
or
the rate?
both.
We don't know.
Well, the ratepayers are the benefit of the community. It's the
Yeah,
same,
but
it's the
you-
same
that-
thing.
Not
So
everybody gets it.
I just think that feels to me like a very, very big number that would have quite a big impact.
But we might be able
on
to get rid of it in the economy
Yeah,
section, right?
finish, please.
So I'm very, very hesitant to say go away and get rid of $4 million of expenditure because it is such a big number and it will have such a big effect in my view.
But what if, out of curiosity, we said, what would single digit rates increases look like? And then if we look at that and go, well, those compromises are untenable, then we go back to what we are. But if we go down to a baseline that we don't know why it's there, then it's sort of hard, it's sort of, you need to go past the point to know what to add back in some. And I get that this, I know we're doing all this in LTP. I know this is over looking at it for this year's annual plan, just anecdotally. But yeah, the sentiment, I think that's where the sentiment comes from. It's not and I think it's relevant to bring it into that context so that we can adopt this with confidence to say that everything we're spending money on is really useful.
So back in February, when we had our workshop, was a couple of options around depreciation, so not funding depreciation as quickly as possible, so that's an easy one. We could not fund so much depreciation.
We're talking about removing things that we don't need, things that we can do without.
You're thinking of it out of context though, that's the problem, that's why you need to wait until the LTP, so you've got the context.
I don't think I am thinking of anything out of context, but thanks for suggesting I am. I'm wanting to look at things that I think we can live without, and I think they're here if we can see them. But I'm really keen to see what the economic development one was, because that's a huge chunk, and there are quite a few things that are really big chunks that we could survive without for a year. That's what we.
Standing things down for a year isn't likely though. You'd probably stand them down.
And we might, but you like
Yeah,
if you
standing things up and down.
you stand them
You
down.
stand them down and you lift them down. It's probably more likely.
You stand them down and then you see if you need them or not. And if you don't need them, and if there's no desire to have them back, then what's the problem? You didn't
I'm not suggesting this. It's not suggesting this problem.
So,
So defensive. I think
I'm just, it feels to.
no, I'm seriously. Yeah, this is exactly the conversation this table could have. I think it's you're making good points on both sides. So there are some people who have got a view on certain services and aspects in a very vertical sense, the things that we could change. And there are some people that want to take a broader, more horizontal view, such as a high level figure. So I don't think I'm not trying to stand out. I just think what I would say is that I would prefer that if we were going to be asked to look at certain aspects or areas, that we would like to go away and come back to you next week with some further analysis on the implications of it. Because I think what Catherine was actually talking to about context, she wasn't meaning to be rude. What she was suggesting is that in an activity plan, there's a whole raft more information. Based on our experience in the last LTP, right, where everyone wanted to have more detailed information about an activity area, that's what we'll be putting in front of you for the LTP. So I think that's what she meant around context. So we would just like to go away and come back to you to give you a good detailed overview of the risk of standing down in a particular service.
Sorry to interrupt. Just one moment, please.
Should you give me 2 minutes?
Timing issue, because I'm hearing some real concern from staff that if we don't have a decision today, we're actually going to time out from delivering the AP.
Yeah, I think we're just in the middle of that conversation. I mean, you can just give me 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I'll just wrap that up to say, we would like to give some analysis if there are any specific asks for your risk-based conversation, as opposed to just picking items in the course of a discussion like this. I think that's where we're going.
So, Catherine, depreciation, is that, I'm not proposing that we discuss that right now, but how can we approach that? Because if I remember the pie chart, that's a huge delta. It's 30%, 40%?
It's a chunk.
What's that?
It's about a quarter, yeah.
Yeah, 25%.
Mm.
And here we are talking about $500,000 increments. How are we going to approach that? When are we going to approach that? I'm sure we have a policy. We can change the policy. But
So our financial strategy said that we were going to move from 34% funding of our depreciation to I think it was 75 or 74%, doing that over the 10 years. So we're just gradually been building up, funding more depreciation every year, but we can slow that speed down. We can.
when are we going to approach that? I'm not suggesting we do it right now.
Well, if we want to do that for this annual plan, we need to talk about it now.
Yeah.
I suppose the question is if we don't ramp up this year, what effect does that? Well, if we sustain the depreciation rate the same as last year.
I think it's depreciation we need to fund, you know, that's something we need to fund, but there are things that I am absolutely certain we can find, like the $350,000 that we just found in the budgets for the ambassador program. So
we didn't know because I mean, and look, I came here today expecting to say, well, we can live without the ambassador program. What we've been told is we're already, that hadn't been factored in, so we're not making a saving there.
No, it's just come back and fit it in after all. So how many things are hidden that?
Well,
no, I don't. Look, sorry, please don't take the word hidden as some sort of. It's not nefarious. I'm not suggesting that people are actively hiding anything. It's just hidden. It's that people don't know it's there. We can't see it. We can pull it out if we look a little bit harder. Personally, I'd like to give a direction that we do aim to get the rates down 2 to 3%, and that we look at things like grants. We look at the big funds of OPEX within department budgets that we haven't around this table interrogated, because there will be savings there. And you add 350 to 500 to whatever, and you can quite quickly get to $11 million, you know, when you look at some of these things. I know you can't pull up tourism promotion rate, but I think we can easily find 4 to 6% of OPEX, especially if we take a look at this economic development program. And to do that, we may need to say, look, for a year, let's hold the implementation of certain policies that we agreed without understanding the costs of them. One being diversification, economic diversification program, the economic, that's the other one. There are policies in there that we don't understand the costs of. There are budgets that we don't understand. And I think if we ask staff to go back and go, look, the government's mandate is you're not focusing on the well-beings. Yes, we've said, you know, we're still going to do some of that, but in that space, I think we can strip a bit out for this year. And I think the exercise of doing that will make us more rigorous and will make us make sure that every dollar counts.
Okay, Nicola, then.
Yeah.
Whilst I do agree with you, Nikki, we've got like 2, and I'm not saying we could put in more time, I'm not being like lazy, but I don't think that this is the time we're going to do it to the point where we actually have the right amount of scrutiny. And right now we're down to like 11.2%. We all signalled, well, majority signalled that we were okay with 11.7. If we wanted to maybe get to single digits, that's 9. So that's 2 more percent. That's like, it's only really $40, $80. Like, I'm thinking about the ratepayer now. It's not a huge amount to the ratepayer. I know you might say it is, but for like what we're trying to achieve quick in the time that we have, and the allocation that we have, I just don't know if it's worth it to just cut completely like the events fund for $40 a year to a ratepayer.
It's a similar vein that I do not support cutting out any wellbeing things to save $40 across the thing. It's just that is what we should be absolutely holding on to, because actually that wellbeing stuff supports the people who are struggling the most. Yeah. And everyone should pay for that.
Yep.
So
I'd agree.
that is not where I would be
anyone around
for
this table
savings.
is looking to lose staff. Don't think anyone around this table is looking to reduce levels of service or to reduce the support we give to our communities. And I guess it comes down to what can we do in the way of our back office. You know, that means we can still deliver on the front office, to paraphrase the Prime Minister from last week.
Am I missing a point here? We're talking about a quarter of the budget is depreciation. I'd love it if we could just spend a little bit of time on the policy, because that's $50 million. And the way we can adjust this really fast, unless we have completely taken depreciation down to almost a criminal zero, is we can adjust the depreciation. And that's a much easier conversation for me than to talk about taking $5,000 from the Glenorchy playground.
Down debt when you do that, rather than stripping back something that you don't need to do.
Well, I mean that's the debate that we could run with. It's a good question, Gavin.
So whenever we have a survey on what council provides, you know, council as a whole gets slammed, but the services that the council provides is the thing that people appreciate, and it always needs really highly. So I'd be really against, you know, stripping anything out or deciding to stop things that we're doing based on trying to save 2%. But when I boil it down, you know, for an average property, or say for my rates bill, the extra 2% that we're talking about, we spent a lot of time talking about it, equates to about $100 a year, like $2 a week, which, you know, is hardly anything. So, it adds up, but over a year it's $100. And for the services that we get for it, for me, it's worth it. And the services that people enjoy using, and they do enjoy using them, you know, to start stripping things out to save $100 a year, it's just not worth it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I guess the ratepayers have some choices. They can choose to go to the event centre, so they can choose to, you know, go to the library, whatever. They don't get a choice about basic stuff, so that's a fixed amount. They don't have the choice. It's part of living here that, well, I guess they can have a choice to leave, as we've heard from people in the other clues, that we've got choices that we can make, and it's what is the right choice? Because I think we all know what we're trying to achieve, what we're trying to protect. And yeah, I take the point that you can have austerity, but does that then become the new norm? Well, I think the government's got a view for what our new norm needs to become anyway, so might be ahead of the game there. But how do we nuance best way to go a little bit further, where, you know, we share some of that day? That's
I think.
Sorry, John.
Yeah, listening to all this, I can't remember ever when any LTP or annual plan has gone out anywhere where there haven't been submissions that the cost of living is a problem and that rates increase should be less than it's as been proposed, other than perhaps when there was a rates freeze here, and then that's partly the cost, some of the costs that we're now incurring because investment was deferred for too long. So we're in so there's a bit of a bind there. I think, and we also don't want to have worse criticism, which would be that which we're aiming at the government often when, you know, they're defunding things, and our communities, our economy and the environment are all suffering as a result of that. We don't want to do that. Now, that has a cost because both central government and us rely on tax essentially to deal with that. The staff have made a really good effort in what they initially reported to us as what the projected increase was going to be, to bring it down to what it is now. We could talk about deferring the increase in depreciation, but that gets back into that problem that later we will just have to fund that when we use it to replace or acquire new, particularly infrastructure. So we've got a problem here. I don't think that we can, the investment of time going further today into attempting to essentially, or find small savings, or maybe some fairly significant ones. The more significant they are, the more time that we should have put into analysing what the implications of losing that expenditure is. We haven't done that. So we can't do that today, I don't think. We need to, as I said earlier, perhaps move along. This means if we see some outstanding opportunities to make savings, great. I don't think, particularly in the economic development space, I think there's going to be some very big questions asked in the LTP process about how we're investing in that space, who we could be partnering with more effectively in that regard, and get better bang for the buck, that's for sure. But I don't think now's the time.
It's deliberate.
No, I really heard what Heath had to say, and I think we need to attempt to move on. Otherwise, and I hear the risk from staff. We don't want to get. I've been in local authorities where they have not met the statutory requirements to have their plans in place. It's not a pretty place. So we need to do the best we can today, and I think we need to move on.
I mean, I certainly hear the concerns about nickel and diming the savings because, you know, but I think going to Q's point is that where are the big savings to be made? And I go back to the conversation we had earlier, you know, that's why I focus so heavily on development contributions and growth share, because that is a massive opportunity for saving. It remains the single biggest gap in our revenue, that and I know we can't necessarily fix that today. The other is, is how do we get more revenue? We've obviously going down avenues on that, there's the levies and all that sort of stuff. That's equally one of the biggest opportunities in time we have to. But I am interested in Q's point, because, whether it's 34% or 38% isn't really going to have a material difference on our books over the next few years. But it might have a material difference on this year's, the depreciation might have a material difference on this year's rating impact. So, I'm not sure Q's question got answered actually, is what happens if we wanted to go, our target, and going back to Michelle's point, if our target was to get into single figures, then what does that mean in terms of depreciation? And that's the question we haven't, I don't think we've been answered yet.
So if I put on my old hat says, look at the big chunks.
Yeah.
One of the big chunks is depreciation. The only other big chunk is employment. Sorry, I'll bring it up in this room, and that's headcount. And I've been held to headcount for many decades. I did a count yesterday on our headcount versus our population on our other fellow 5 hamsters, councils. And we actually have the lowest, we have the lowest number of population per employee. So, for me, the big pieces to look at, and this is what you do in any business, is look at the big pieces. The second biggest piece is depreciation. The biggest piece is headcount.
Does that take into consideration that it's just resident population, not how many people we actually serve?
I was using the 2024 population.
Resident population and no tourist. Because don't forget, we changed it for a lot larger
Yeah,
than
and
what
there
our
are
resident.
nuances in there, but it's a question we should ask.
Yeah, I would just also, it's point to, there's a local government benchmarking set of data that actually shows we're pretty low in terms of the administration costs that we hold and our overhead and the number of staff. We're actually quite a lean organisation if you're looking at national level benchmarks. However, you're absolutely right, depreciation, staff costs, these are all big ticket items to have. We have already done a significant piece around headcount when we were asked to look at this initially, right, Catherine? So we took out all of the proposed, might have to correct me if I'm misremembering this, Catherine. We took out all the proposed roles for year 3 of the 10-year plan, and we did not keep in place any of the new roles that were added on top of that. So we've already taken a really long, hard look at that. We've also looked at some of the vacancies that we carry. So we're really, really live for that challenge as a management team.
Okay, does that equate to a hiring freeze?
No.
Sorry, we are also currently underway with the future workforce review. So what you're actually asking is not unreasonable, but we have a wholesale change ahead of us in the next 12 months.
Yes.
And that will actually tell us exactly what our right size is. So yeah, underway. As well as the changes that come about from the establishment of the CCO. So we are an organisation under immense pressure in that regard.
Yeah, no, that's noted, and these are really difficult conversations to have. But we're talking about issues and function rather than people, because I want to keep that. So we're not looking at individuals and how they're performing, who's doing what, and who should be doing what. Because I think we need to keep it at a high level.
I think that's what Megan was talking to, and we do have that ahead of us.
I was also just going to query, I don't know whether we have decided or arrived somehow at trying to achieve a single digit rate increase, as Nicholas said before. We started with a 19-point-something% increase, and we were happy that it was to get it down to 11.7, which was signalled 2 years ago in the long-term plan. I'm personally happy that we've got it to that, and to provide the services that we're still proposed to provide.
There's actually one more thing we haven't discussed, which is the Upper Cluthers
Yes.
Let's do that.
Yeah, I was gonna run out of time for that. Just
Can you make comment on the depreciation?
Yeah, so, as you know, $2 million is a 1% rate of decrease. So we had 2 million of depreciation unfunded, additional unfunded, then it would be a 1% drop. So you could guide us to say that you want us to come back with a 9.99, and we can make it the adjustment through depreciation if you would like.
Do you know what the level last year was and what it is this year for depreciation?
I have that today. I think it's now 50 on average. Was 34 in the first year of the LTP. Because each category is different, every asset category.
so it'd be marginally less of an increase
Yeah.
in depreciation.
So we've been on a journey to increase it over time. We're just not
So
increasing it by so
still,
much.
still be increasing.
Yeah, it should be
depreciation
increasing,
the
but
amount
not-
that we fund this year, but not as much.
Not as much.
Okay.
What if we somehow just get some sort of
2
broad
million.
policy around
Pockets.
depreciation?
So-
Average household.
Oh,
Well, the average is $5. So.
$50.
$50.
Yeah.
So we're doing it for optics and we're not doing it to save
Yeah,
households money.
that's what it's saying, yeah.
Okay, as long as we're clear on that.
Well, I mean,
Makes it look good.
no, well, the historic problem with local government is that they haven't depreciated adequately previously. We're still not depreciating adequately.
Yeah.
Because, and it's mainly around water costs. And then obviously it gets confused with everything else and politically, that's what gets.
And that's what we do it with CCI.
If you keep funding, but going off your principal,
Well, that's
really need to.
you get funding and you're paying after principal, so you depreciate when you're not paying principal payments? Because I need to know more about the mechanics of depreciation.
Can we be
Yep.
that we all actually want to get to single digits? Because I'm not feeling that we necessarily are. We were in a different way, but maybe not via, but not via this method.
Not by
right?
depreciation, because it
So-
just, you're not reducing the debt. You're just giving-
So I guess, I mean, I could bring this one to head and say, we had a significant number of submissions that were, talking about the right now situation that we're in with the cost of living, the fuel thing, and they've asked us to consider reducing the amount that we increase their rates by. So that's probably what's changed from when we had our
Yeah.
last workshop in February.
World's changed.
So I think it's a very valid question to ask. We haven't had the chance to workshop it between February and now. And it's in the context, of the context. So
Yeah.
from a personal decision, if we could reduce it and maybe the economic development funding stream might, if we resolve that, I'd be happy.
Just a question, apart from luggage and hardware, which we've addressed already, how many submissions actually covered cost of living per se and reducing the rates overall, apart from luggage and hardware? How many?
Not many.
Not
I
many.
don't know if there's anyone in the room that can answer that.
So we're assuming there's a problem here because of our anecdotal evidence.
Well, there's a number.
Because if there's not many submitting saying, reduce your rates significantly outside of our own luggage, we're talking about something that actually is a problem that we haven't identified in the data.
On the slide. Not 9.
And we started at a very high number. We agreed as a council to get down to 11. And now on today, with very few hours left, we're making a decision potentially to reduce it from 11 to a single digit because of optics. We're just trying to get that clear.
And also the cost of living, there is a crisis. It's not predominantly about vacancy. Your power bill goes up, you don't go to your grocery shop and say you need to reduce my bill because my power's gone up.
No, you turn your
But
heater
that's
off.
why,
Exactly.
You turn your heater off.
Yeah. So all the cost of living problems are mostly other things.
no, it doesn't,
Can't
that's
turn the
why
heater
it
off for
falls
rates.
on us, because we're the ones who can do something about it.
No. We can't control grocery pricing, fuel pricing,
No, we
power
can't
pricing,
control
insurance
grocery
pricing.
prices.
Those are the things that have blown.
But Gavin, the difference is you can choose how much food you buy, you can choose what you use for electricity, it's like you reduce your consumption, it reduces your bills. You
$100.
can't reduce rates. That is fixed for everybody, regardless of what they can.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
That's
Cost of living crisis for all these other things that are out of our.
So we can just add
So
to
why
it.
should
Add
we
to
try
it.
to solve the problem of the cost of other things?
Because we're here
Gotta
to represent
reduce
the
that.
community, and the community saying we're
Sorry,
getting.
can you?
Okay, we're gonna, we have a long discussion about this, but,
Sorry, Cody, I couldn't really hear what you're saying. So you're getting interrupted again.
Thank you. We'll have one person speaking about code.
Just
Well,
interrupting people.
I don't think it's helpful to carry down this thread. I think it's useful to go to the Upper the priority project just to get through the.
Right.
presentation that we've got. Yeah,
I'm looking forward to that. But I think what we're doing here, and I enjoyed the staffing part of the conversation, because like you, I think you look at the biggest numbers and say, where can we cut a little bit of the biggest numbers, which makes a much bigger difference. I think the exercise that we have today is, I'm glad that we heard that piece from the staff around what's being done in that staffing space, and that and that gives me comfort that we're getting value for money in our staffing headcount space. Given that, yes, we're down to 11.2%, maybe we can't go any lower than that, because we've looked at all these things already, and there's no further big chunks that we can cut back necessarily. I think that's the exercise we're doing, and I'm getting more comfortable with the rates increase where we're sitting because of the conversations we're having in those spaces, more so than the community funding space.
I'm going to sound like a hypocrite that I play both sides, but I actually agree with Gavin. I think we get really good value for our money. And it may be that we're just trying to optically lower the rates. And I think part of the problem is we just aren't telling the story very well. And New Zealand does have one of the lowest tax rates in the OECD. We could be in Belgium and get taxed at 96%. So I really do believe that we get good value for money. I don't know how we convey that broadly, that people should be grateful for the 11% rates rise, but
I do think
part of that is.
I do think there's in the terms of like people understand what they're paying for. I think I always find there's a big difference between value and price, and people aren't seeing the value; they're only seeing the price because they're not connected with what that's paying for. And I think when we do a great job at that, people are more than happy to pay for it. So I agree. I think we need to do more work on showing the value of it, and then also how it makes sense.
The only thing is, that doesn't align with the people that say, you know, we're going to have to leave the district potentially. Now, this is all well and good for people who can afford it. Value is what matters if you can afford. You don't mind paying for a lovely meal if it costs a lot, if you can afford to pay for it. There are people that can't. And when we think about rate, we have to think about those at the bottom, those that's going to tip over the edge and send out of the district. Now, none of you may be in that position, but I understand where they're coming from. And I think we need to have a little bit of empathy when we have these discussions. It is not about telling our story of either. It is not about you should be grateful for what you get. The reality is everything is going up and we can't influence the electricity prices. We can't influence the groceries. What we can do is look at what we're spending and make sure we are absolutely cutting our cloth real tight. And when I look at, you know, the grants and event spending at $11 million, I'm not sure we are. That's all. And I know wellbeing is great and many people access wellbeing initiatives. I think an awful lot of them are the community initiatives, not necessarily. I don't know. I feel like people need money in the bank first and foremost to have wellbeing because they get agency to choose what they spend money on for their kids, for the pantry, for their school trips. Every little bit matters. And I think we have to just be mindful of the people at the bottom. Anyway.
Yeah.
I think it's just reminded me there are some options, there's payment options, there's remission options. We're obviously advocating for a ratepayer assistance scheme. So there are some choices that people can.
Can I just ask, where did we get to on the depreciation part of the conversation? I'm a little bit unclear at the moment what direction is in relation to that.
Just in the broadest terms, and I don't want to do it today if we can avoid it. What are the big policies around depreciation? That's what I mean. In other words, what policy are we following? You said that we're trying to build up our depreciation buffer. how much, you know, and I don't know what the numbers are. Where do we build it up from, to, what's our goal to get it to? If we pause it, what happens?
So the consequences of doing it, that's the
A lot of information, applied to the mayor on.
67%
Yeah.
by 23.
So we could have a briefing as part of finance committee if you'd like in the future.
I think it was just mooted as a way to describe the size of the problems that we're dealing with and like how we do things. I don't think there's a real need to follow that discussion right now.
Okay, so there's no appetite around the table for us to tinker with the depreciation levels to bring the rates down.
I don't know, to be fair, because I still haven't had the answer as to what
Yeah.
what a stalling the what not increasing the depreciation, what impact would that have? What flow and effects would that have? And equally, you know, what are the risks associated with that?
Well, we know anecdotally, not pointing enough appreciation just pushes the problem to future generation. Like without going specific, that's all you do. It's just.
But does it really? I mean,
the reason we have big increase in costs is we haven't funded depreciation. So we either continue to do what our forefathers did wrongly.
It's not money in the bank. This is the thing that we don't. I think we fail to understand is that it's not money in the bank. We still debt fund the next time we replace the infrastructure. Yeah. We still debt fund it.
But the debt's that much less because we paid for depreciation.
So we paid down the debt through the capital, through the development contributions and the things over the time anyway. So anyway, I'm trying to work out, is there a real risk if between 34 and 36% or 38% or whatever it is, if we reduce that this year, is there any real risk in the long term that we're creating a rod for our backs, or are we just sort of, and that's what I don't understand. I mean, like I said, we didn't appreciate Hawaii's old scheme at all, but we still debt funded the entire new pipeline from Hawaii to Project Pure, and so it had absolutely no impact on that renewal at all. Okay, Catherine.
The other thing I would say is the auditors obviously frown upon unfunding of depreciation. So they need to see a pathway. They need to see that we are gradually building up that depreciation.
I'm wondering if the sort of ethical way of going through it is if you go, when we build a lot of infrastructure, it costs a lot of money, and we can't proportion that to all of the users because we're building more than what we need initially, say. So relatively the current, just say for the story's sake, the current people have to cover the servicing costs of that big debt until all those connections are made. Then you could make the argument that in order to accommodate that the current people are servicing this future growth, then you could proportion a slightly less fund to depreciation because you're expecting new windfalls of capital in the future to help attribute to the overall project cost. And you could attribute more depreciation in those DCs in order to account for that. I don't know. That's the only way I can think about it ethically.
John. So we're in the same bind that the government is at the moment with the announcement just last week that the proposal to push out the start of superannuation by 2 years, because what we're actually asking current ratepayers to do is pay for future infrastructure that they're already paying for through interest on, as Q and Quinn have just described, through interest on the investment in that infrastructure. So, yeah, I think there is a degree of double accounting going on here.
I agree.
No, I'm sure you wouldn't get. That's fine.
Got an explanation? No.
So I'll just finish. Thanks. That I think we've got an opportunity here. Now, many of the submissions we heard, and some of them were very impassioned. Many of them, though, were in the peculiar context that we have in Nugget and Awea, unfortunately. And that was real. And it is real for many people in our communities who are silent and don't come to those things. And they are really struggling. If we could demonstrate by still meeting the expectations of the auditors and our statutory requirements to still be increasing our depreciation sufficiently, but still indicate that we're listening to our communities and understanding the context that they're in by delivering us an appreciably, but not hugely lower rates increase, we'd be giving a good message to our communities that we're listening to them and we're not radically underfunding our investment in infrastructure, and we're not putting at risk services that our communities need and expect. So I think there is some room to move in that regard, because we would still be, if single figures was a target, which, you know, is a psychological barrier that people have, then, and if we can deliver to that, I think it would be a good thing for us to be able to do.
I have just asked Peter online about those capital projects, 30 million. Some of those have depreciation flow-on effects as well. So once we move those out, there may be a slight upside.
Thank you.
So can I just respond to that?
Yeah, please do, Gavin.
I don't think it's double charging things. I think the interest payments are for the cost of the funding of building the asset in the first place. People pay for the services through their rates for the use of it. Depreciation recognises the reduction in value of the asset over the life of it being used from wear and tear.
Sure.
So they are three different things, not all charging for the same. You know, there's no double charging for the same thing in there.
I mean, depreciation is either a tax thing for a business, or it's a bookkeeping thing, and what sits in what within our balance sheet or our debt. Does it make much difference in terms of use of money and bits and pieces? It's marginal around the edges, but it brings across into our rates, even though it's probably a sort of more bookkeeping exercise. I mean, we've heard a lot that everything's going to change in the annual plan. We're going to review all our policies. We're going to be, you know, looking at all our activity plans, things like that. So that this is the last of its kind. And I think in those circumstances, I think what Mitch has suggested is a pretty sensible way of trying to square the circle, meeting demands and expectations from all sides. And I'd be, in the absence of anything else disruptive in terms of cost reduction, being supported by council, I'd be supportive of looking to see where we can move on that on the depreciation.
Doesn't get debt to revenue.
Yes.
But yeah, no, it's not. I'm not saying I'm not sure.
I'm not sure whether we've got. Do we have any?
Majority.
Well, if we're making decisions, who knows?
Well, we've got to take direction. It has to be collective direction.
Have we got the number? Have you got the number? Currently doing
We'll do a roundup of what I've
going to say we've already made some savings already today. And presumably there's some more, slightly more to come.
Do the roundup and then talk about it.
Yeah. Okay.
So we might get down to.
All right. Let's go to Wanaka.
Lots of spend.
Well, that's just it. You kick the can on depreciation, but we fund the nice.
Okay. Next slide. Who would like to talk to this one?
Yeah, so the community board met Tuesday.
Yeah.
And the report I sent through on Tuesday afternoon, which was recommending to council various projects. Some are funded in the long-term plan potentially by the asset reserve. Some are wanting via rates, but because they're capital, it's really a small amount of interest that we would be looking to rate fund. And then there was just a recommendation around staff supporting some projects to make sure that they get planning underway. And the only thing I was going to say was the funding model is also on the slide pack. A lot of it's district wide, so just keep that in mind.
So my question, are the costs of those asks?
They're not in the annual plan.
They're not in.
It only came through on Tuesday.
In there's an existing budget or not? Is that not?
Sorry, which one?
So like that, President, there's an existing budget of 0.9 million for work structure renewals.
For jetty. So for the jetty, yes, that would be utilising that budget. That one's fine.
So there's some, so depending on the comments.
So,
Yeah.
but just to be clear too, that
Yeah.
the board were also had an appetite to use parts of the asset reserve fund to help support these projects. Now, in the case of the jetty, I would hope that there's a shared opportunity there that you would fund some of it through the existing budget and some of it through the asset reserve, neither of which have any additional meaningful impact on rates. And obviously with, you know, scoping that project further, yeah.
So what would the rating implications be if they were all adopted?
We worked out, was it 2.9 million capex?
Yeah.
So the borrowing on that.
20, 4%.
Yeah.
4% on 3 months.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does that include,
Councillors,
the feasibility study or just staff? Because they were asking for 125.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Feasibility study, it's not here.
Yeah, it's not in here. It's only staff support.
And is that something Monica?
Well,
wants to put in?
I think we heard earlier that you want us to add that on.
Well, as Ken was saying previously, it'll have to be in context with everything else that's budgeted. I think, to speak to the nuance of it, a lot of these projects won't be able to be delivered the full capital of this year. A lot of these projects actually just need design work and procurement and all the other stuff. But the sentiment is that there is the Wanaka Asset Sale Reserve Fund, which was recently sold some land in Wanaka, which topped up the fund. That fund goes into the general coffers to offset debt. And so the community board were wanting to use a very small portion of that fund to do, you know, mainly the jetty as a visionary project for Wanaka. And then some of the few other small things just to get
the enablement of the artificial turf in time. So that probably won't happen this year, but we would commit a proportion of that to support that project being brought forward and delivered.
A lot of these are the priorities of what the social investment would be. And so it's not like saying that they're going to be dropping cash on the stuff. It's just making sure that there's momentum to keep them moving in the wider context of things and that there's a hierarchy of it.
But I mean, as much as I want all of these to go forward, if we were just splitting hairs over 1% and now we're asking for 1.5 to be added, I mean, I don't know what the appetite is.
It's not 1.5, it's $3 million.
Servicing, which is 4%.
120,000.
All right, let's go.
That's if it was spent, which it most likely won't be in terms of time, mainly to keep things moving.
Thanks for the
I looked at Monica Ward here and I could see what's in
there.
there. Something you're going.
I mean,
That was play.
looking at the summary of the consultation where there was a significant percentage of the people opposed to those projects. How
the cost of, I think, is the thing.
So because I mean, do you support or oppose the funding? And 88 supported and 55 opposed. So I was just wondering how you speak to that.
Well, I think the 55s that oppose would oppose any funding of anything right now. It's not absolutely critical. I think and this is always what we can test all the time is a group of people who want desperately to do the absolute bare minimum possible to quick through. And then there's people who want to move on things that have lagged for decades and, do something. And as a board, we've tried to be quite prudent around what's actually going to be the most value for money that's going to make a genuine difference without being ridiculous around spend. So, the jetty, for example, is destroyed. We're gluing it together, which Nicola and I didn't even agree with doing that. And so it's an opportunity of timing where, the work that's been done on it so far has been pro bono. There's been, other people wanting to jump on and help where they can. And it feels like it just builds some excitement and vision and something for the township. And some of these other projects are just missing links out of parts that have happened.
And I think the key with that is it has a nominal rating impact, if at all, so it's a borrowing, and, we're happy to support that with the asset reserve fund.
But I mean, the community park in Tinsfield, it says there's 800,000 in there. I've said it's basically zero because that was an old budget that was there. The timing isn't right. It's most likely not going to be delivered this year. So the point being is, I don't think the board's been extremely self-aware around the position that we're in, and what's proposed isn't gluttonous. It's
Just to be clear as well, if you see from the next slide, these don't only affect Wanaka rates.
No, we know that.
They are district wide.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
Just on that, I mean, this is a funding, but I am interested in how they're funded. There's a $6.5 million, I think, down in the years that it's funded. I've forgotten which years it was, sort of 7, 8, 9 or whatever. For the stage 4 lakefront development plan, which includes the jetty area, Helwick Street, the path, and the wider stage 4 area. So that's all the way from the Dinosaur Park kind of to opposite that main Helwick Street where the jetty will go, proposed spot. This is splitting that funding out into pieces, and I'm just interested in how that works at your end, Catherine, given that our direction is $6.5 million for stage 4. This proposal pulls amounts out, a large amount out for the path, leaving less for other things, and it's proposing multiple consultations, one for the jetty, one for the path, one for the rest of stage 4, rather than looking at it holistically and doing one piece of design and one piece of consultation, which to me is potentially cheaper. It might cause some things to slow down, but this council hasn't approved the separation of that budget, so I'm just interested in,
I think Dave,
the context around that.
He heard you on Tuesday, and
Yeah.
you're going away to think about how to do that.
Okay. That doesn't have any, if we're approving the priorities, are we approving them specifically separately or as a whole?
Just because they're registered on our CAPEX system under those individual titles, so he'll just have to.
But they're not, my point is in the long-term plan, they're under one budget, they're under stage 4, and what you've done with that is pull amounts out of that broader budget into different pieces, and some have been prioritised and will have more funding because of that. So I'm just.
Well, the balance we'll get to reset through the LTP anyway.
The rest,
but yes, I said Dave is going to way to think about how to do it differently.
I guess I'm interested in
Also, just to note that when I added it up, so I don't understand this whole CapEx OpEx thing. I'm pretty sure that's wrong. So to be fair, it's not that much money. It's definitely not that much money.
No, it's not. That's the budget that they took it up.
No, I added that up because I just did the numbers there. But actually, when you take out the whatever the CapEx and the OpEx, and then the money for Roy's Bay, which is actually really available, or we're just funding. So I added it to it. That's actually not part of it. It's actually much less. I don't know. I'm not very good at this stuff.
Maybe that's next. If you don't know
What number did you get? What number did you get?
What was that?
1.78.
Something like that.
Kathy.
1.6. I actually did.
So 4% on 1.9.
There you go. Yes. Made my day.
But again, yeah.
But it might not be, it might be less.
Yeah, but then also,
Yeah, because of the
when we talk about district-wide,
Plus 100.
one of the nuances is that the land sales in Wanaka went into the district-wide offsetting of care. So when we take it out of that, it's money that was raised in Wanaka being spent. Okay, great. Let's move on. All in favour?
I'm more than happy to support. I'm more than happy to support this, but I just, in terms of doing this and not defunding depreciation, like I don't want to decrease depreciation to be able to do other things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like, I think they said it's wrong with local government, like kick the can down the road.
Yes,
Big
so
stuff to do.
So do you know what I mean? Like I actually support these, and I like where it all comes from, and I totally get it that some of them are district wide because that's exactly how it works. Sometimes it goes here and sometimes it goes there and blah blah blah. But because we just had the conversation about depreciation, I wasn't quite sure where we got to. So I'm just making my views clear before I leave, that I don't want to decrease. I'm leaving at 3. So I don't want to decrease the depreciation funding to be able to fund other things.
Yeah.
So happy to support this on that basis.
Yeah.
It's a good little ultimatum there.
I'll just, and I think these are all excellent projects. In fact, the wharf one has to happen. It is a hazard at present. Although talking about when we were there the other day, what teenagers tend to do on wharves anyway, they can be dangerous irrespective of what state they're in, but reflecting on what I did in my youth. But I don't think it's a question of reducing the amount by which depreciation is increasing to enable us to fund these needed activities, these investments in our community infrastructure. I don't think that's the case. I think it's about doing that investment. It's necessary, but then giving a clear message that we are attempting to manage the rates increase down to something that's more affordable. So they're two separate questions. It's not that we can't afford to do these things. It's how can we deliver a rates increase that's affordable by our communities and deliver these things.
Cool. Thank you. So on the upclusive priorities, we how would you give direction, unconditional direction on?
Can I just get to where we got to with the 125 for the actual feasibility study?
I had written down either reprioritise or add to rates.
Yeah, whereas here it talks about putting some staff into that.
And cut into some of the services that community team would do. It's
it does raise a question for me, because the conversation with the community board has landed on just putting staff into it, not putting the 125 in.
Yeah.
Does council have a counter view to that?
No, yeah.
But then they didn't. So they submitted, do you know what I mean? Did they read the submission?
No, what happened is the community board were like, we want to partner, and spend some time to try and help foster the Performing Arts Centre. And the Performing Arts Centre submitted to the annual plan saying we want 125,000. So it didn't happen.
It didn't happen in the right order. I guess because we've been hearing about this Performing Arts Centre for the last 3 years, and I think this same thing happens over here. There's actually a lot of philanthropic, not very good at that word, an opportunity here, and I feel like the opportunity has been in front of us a few times, and we haven't taken it. And this is an opportunity to take it to move this forward.
Yeah.
Does that?
It's a big goal. It's tricky because there already has been a lot of philanthropic support put into this already, and as you say, there's a lot of social capital that we're trying to sleeve up.
One idea.
And just through you, Chair, just picking up on that's 25%. The other 75%.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not
through philanthropic.
Yeah.
It's been a long week.
But the feasibility study is necessary to unlock or get access to some of that
philanthropic
funding.
That's kind of what I'm saying, is if we were able to find that, add it to rates, take it from somewhere else, then that unlocks quite a lot of potential and keeps that project moving forward rather than stalling again.
It's interesting, while the cost of living has obviously been a hot topic, when the Cromwell Centre opened the other day, there was also a lot of comments saying, why can't Wanaka have something like this? So we've got those conflicting.
We're missing a voice from the submissions, and that is those that actually want to see us invest as well. So we never hear those people that say, "Oh, I want more rates."
One comment on that.
They must want to stop. I don't
know. Study. We're not telling us it's got to be now.
Yeah, but you're not giving the
land.
You're not saving 500 grand. So get on the
I mean, it sort of feels to me that this ask for the 125 has come after the community board has kind of almost had its deliberations. So I do wonder whether is there a further step where the community board goes back away and has another discussion around whether it would support the 125.
I think
I don't know.
This feels like a different conversation that we've had, where it's like we need to have a conversation. It's not about the actual monetary value. It's about us going to them and saying, like, we want to work with you. How are we best going to do that? I think. I don't think I'd be in a position to comfortably say that we could fund this right now, because I don't think my community has asked for it.
That's kind of where I'm getting to it.
As in, personally, I don't. Putting a grant up with that amount of money right now doesn't make sense, but I want to
continue the conversation.
That's my view.
So the opportunity for the other grants that are. Well, there's buckets of money in there, buckets of it, you know,
Ken, do you know if they have a very wide note? Did they, did the WAC group actually apply through the community grants process for their 125?
We advised them to request that funding through the submission and.
I was going to say, there's never been a
Oh,
grant of that scale
No.
through the community grants. You'd never get $125,000 through community grants.
So we originally did intend them to apply through the community grants process to give us a mechanism to then have a conversation with officers around other budgets that could contribute to that, you know, if they were, because we've done that before with grants where we could contribute from other budgets if appropriate for the request. But we ended up going down this road.
Okay, so
As
they've not gone into both processes.
did they,
Sorry,
They've not gone into both processes.
No,
they've
so
gone into
they've,
this one.
they've specifically not gone into the community grants process because you said not to come to this table.
Advice, so yeah.
to cover through the LTP as a order.
So LTI.
Oh, sorry, annual plan, sorry, annual plan, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, what's the issue with that?
Well, I'm just saying they had an opportunity to potentially be in that process.
Well, we could still include them in that process if
Yeah,
you
we
didn't want it.
can.
I think the issue with this group is because it's a really big community program that's coming into the organisation. We don't have a fixed pathway for these kind of projects to come in. I mean, in many respects, the arts group are very similar to Southern Infrastructure in the way that they want to ask things of us and approach the community, the organisation, and work with us. And we don't have a uniform way of treating that. So that's why we wanted to bring it into this larger forum, I think, as opposed to just putting it through. Because in agreeing to fund a feasibility survey, for example, it does give them a big seed of hope that you will continue to fund and support ongoing. So it is quite a big decision to make as opposed to a one-off.
And having met with them and understanding model and the sort of more inclusive model that they're looking to deliver, you know, rather than just being a centre, you know, it's a centre plus. Then, you know, I think it's exactly the sort of thing we should be supporting. And I guess it's where, you know, because if we say no to their request, they've made a specific request, then we defer it for another year or then another year. So
I mean, the problem we had during the last LTP is we had no way to inform whether a line item in the LTP was feasible for the Performing Arts Centre, whether even further down the track, council, because we had it hadn't been tested. And I suppose this provides the opportunity, at least this to be a model to be developed, so it could at least be considered in the LTP process.
And through you, Chair, that's correct. It even made into the social infrastructure strategy as well, over the 30-year threshold. But again, and you know, private funding paid for the first round of what they did as a feasibility, and then this step there. Yeah, and just coming back, it wasn't just our advice. We coming back to Councillor Glanning's point, we had tested how was the best way to take this conversation, and they've had many touch points across the organisation. And that was the advice given the quantum they're seeking for the 125,000, which would stick outside of most of what we have in grants funding.
So this is kind of the only way.
Not the only way. It's like, as we pick up on it, you know, if this isn't part of it, they would then have to go through a contestable fund, but we very rarely give out that quantum through that because of the limits.
So if we give a nod to that, then that is giving them some certainty to move forward, rather than.
And they won't move forward unless they get the matching funding anyway.
Yep.
So it's a catch-22. If we don't fund them, they'll never get matching funding. And if we do fund them, they might not get the matching funding, in which case they won't need money. And unless they get a feasibility study, we'll never know whether to think about putting it in a long-term plan. And if it's not a long-term plan, they'll never get funding. So
So notwithstanding, if we do support some sort of grant, we're subject to a very clear agreement between you and the party to achieve the certain outcomes that we need, like site selection, feasibility of the operation model, external funding sources, all that sort of stuff. So I suppose that the point being is that there's other work to be done to assure that it achieves the things that we need it to before you hand over any money to anybody to.
I think if give a directive at some point through this process, that would be bang on. We need to scope of it. Yeah. Because, you know, it will also inform what are some of the other wider community aspirations. I mean, you've heard from Barbara through athletics this week as part of the submission, you know. There's a number of groups looking for similar sort of outcomes for some of the land.
But you've already talked about the 60 odd other people who might want to be at the table. Or,
yeah, there's a hub opportunity in precincts.
Yeah.
So where have we landed?
Well, I'd be happy to meet their request. I mean, for the 150, I mean, you could say if we took the counter of what we're funded on depreciation, what that has in terms of impact on long term is probably minor compared to what the potential impact on the community of having a centre like that is. I don't know. Just
So, Chair, just picking up on the earlier directive, we've already flipped off a note to see about, you know, got internally as part of that directive for the budgets, and then the rates increase. So we need to report back, obviously, to the actions of today.
In line, it's over a question then of whether you make a decision on a trade-off within the existing budgets, or whether you want that added into rates. Be reflected back.
Is the total quantum, is $500,000 a fair assessment for what the feasibility that they're looking for is?
Yeah.
Yes.
But if we can't do it for that, then we're in trouble.
But no, that's what I'm saying, like, it's quite a lot.
It's too much. That can be, once they work out a proper scope of work, we can value manage that in our contribution.
So if we said we would contribute a quarter of it, it'd be up to that amount, but that'd be a different conversation, different way to frame it.
Sorry, I'm a little confused. How much have they asked for?
125.
125. Okay.
So
that's nice.
Quarter of whatever it ends up being.
Because they did that.
That's what makes it difficult to put into a rating figure though.
Well, I've got a little running total.
But if we said, I could agree to funding a quarter of the feasibility study and no more than that amount. I just don't want to give away that amount of money right now if I don't, because it's, you know, I want them to find a bit of value for money, to be honest, to get over the line.
Well, given the amount of money you're talking about, it sounds like it's more than a feasibility study.
That's probably a big operational plan and stuff.
There's some operating costs in there as well, is there?
Well, design, there's a whole
The
bunch of
staff-
stuff, I'd say.
staff wages.
Yeah, through the chair, I think what I said to them regarding this decision is we're seeking a mandate from council to move forward with working with the group. I don't think we're at a point where we've got the answers to the questions that you're asking right now. I do think that it's about us being able to work with them on what the detailed approach to this piece of work is. And it's whether you want us to do that.
Like I said, there has to be hits of grant. You know, I think it'd be easy, you know, put some conditions around it, say that it's a maximum 125, you can whatever percentage up to no more than 30% of the total cost. It's not operational spending, it's for the feasibility study, and it helps answer the following questions for council: site selection, operational model, capital cost, funding, capital funding model. You know, because, you know, and I'm actually just having a conversation with Simon Telfer online here at the moment, trying to get a read for it. But I think there's a bit of a sense that if we don't make a step towards in the right direction, we're actually killing this, and it, you know, deserves us to at least give it a chance.
Yeah.
And this is the means we do that potentially.
And quickly just adding to that, Chair, Marie's point's good reminder. We actually went out on submission, public support, to actually allocate the resource of staff. So you've got two elements to it, really. And the second is the investment that has been asked of as well.
What's your running total?
So if 125 is added on, it's a 1.2 million 800. Oh, it's 86. So it's it would get you down to 11 on average.
Adding money and getting it down.
11.
No, we
That's
the other things.
that's the depreciation.
No depreciation adjustment. So we've had is 350 of campers coming out. We've got quite 20 of capex. I was going to leave the Bonolki in there.
Yeah, okay.
Rating units, that's another 400. Hardware 330. 13 luggets 100. And the adding on Monica stuff, which is 171. So that gets 1.2 million 86.
So you're saying the
Gets us down to
average
11.
rate increase is proposed to be 11 currently?
That would be if we've done all those things, yeah.
And
There is one little other thing that's just been offered up, with the tightness loans, we could not pay back as much of those as we were going to as well.
Did we?
Get desperate, but
Same as depreciation.
Yeah.
Well, when did we land on the court settlement for that?
waiting on the court.
But,
Yeah.
but, yeah, so that's
Could
still.
be years away, but,
Yeah.
yeah.
The economic development, what did we get to with that?
Oh, did they come in?
Sorry,
The economic development.
we haven't got the breakdown yet.
that's quite.
Can I ask something of the truth? We're gonna fund this feasibility study.
Yep.
And when it comes back to us, hopefully for the next 2.5 years, and they say feasibility study stacks up, this is a great idea, are we all gonna say go start immediately?
Well, it can only go into the mix on in the long-term plan. I mean, that's the only thing it can do. I mean, the idea, hopefully we'll be able to advance that before the annual plan, I think is the point.
Yeah, don't need
That's
that
the thing
anyway.
it has to inform, well, at least our part of it, but, you know, keeping in mind that there's a huge other part of this.
And Quentin, they're only actually asking for land, correct? It may be the Sker Heights Fund. Is
Well,
that all they-
as I said, the board has sort of said they're sympathetic to a capital contribution from the Scare Heights Fund, and then, as you say, there might be land, but we haven't answered the land question, but presumably it'd be some sort of peppercorn lease, and that was on council land.
It's also a consultation.
Totally.
What
Yeah,
exactly it is.
But unless
Yes,
we've
there
got.
is that.
They really need to do
Nothing to consult on.
Also include the effect on depreciation from removing that 30
No.
million of CapEx.
No, it's been probably a little bit still coming.
Could be under 11, could be 10 point something.
We were 9.9.
What is ridiculous with the economic,
Yeah.
the numbers for is that coming? We just need some certainty.
I don't think we will have it by the end of this meeting. We're still looking into it. It's not just the economic development team's budget. There is a range of other things that are under that heading. So we just.
But it's a $3 million increase
Yeah.
over what was in the long-term plan, so.
Or it could be a reallocation from another budget line. So we're just trying to get to the bottom of that right now.
Well, having to close the hearing on the basis that if it isn't spare money, that we actually tweak the depreciation to cover that increase.
Well,
Well, it's not an.
no, the committee
Well,
will want it made up of.
The suggestion.
Unless it's a
Well-
basic admin error.
I mean, yeah, we all need to go home and we've got some uncertainty.
Yeah.
There's an opportunity. I mean, if it was, I'm not saying it is a dupe, but if it was a dupe and it's 3 million, that's quite significant, gets us down to where we're looking to get to.
I mean, looking at it right now, so we'll be at the bottom of it hopefully by the end of today. I just can't promise simple, but.
But I mean,
whenever we're
I'm just trying to think practically, it's like, if it doesn't need, wait, are we having a conversation about if it's there and it's not needed, then we're gonna remove
But
it?
it's an increase, it looks like an
Yeah,
increase.
there's.
It hasn't got
Well, I mean, I
a.
would be like, absolutely.
Yeah.
exactly.
It's not a duplication, it's just reallocation. Are we then happy to go, okay, well, let's use the depreciation to get lower?
Just a small, because a change in the increase in depreciation would be minor to bring about a similar change in the rates increase. And still significant. Yep.
That's the line on that increase in demand, is that?
I think what I would suggest is because we're still trying to unravel that, there's almost you've got to think of two scenarios. There's the scenario that we know right now, based on the documentation we have, and then when they've actually unravelled that question for us, what we can come straight back to you with what the implication is.
It could be a more operational thing.
That's the direction of travel is that we need to have ourselves sorted by the end of the day.
We need to have some clear direction to be working with. Catherine, what are the implications if this hangs over to Monday?
Your first thing on Monday would be.
Yes.
Yeah. Into it on Monday.
Okay, so if there are some questions that we just need to
Email
resolve
around.
So you'll take direction via email or we have another session?
I think it depends on the nature of the change that's in there, because if it does turn out to be something really meaningful.
So you'll figure that out in conjunction with Carol and.
Is somebody able to answer the question? So if we're about 11.
11 at the moment, yeah.
And if we wanted to go to 9.9, so save 1.1, what would be the percentage of depreciation that we wouldn't move from to.
Hey, 4%.
Sorry?
Yes, so 2 million depreciation would get you a 1% rate decrease.
So looking at about 2 million, yeah.
Yeah.
But in terms of our percentage, you know, funding 34, 35, 30.
Oh, okay.
It's 25%, so it's 50 million, so then.
Okay, well, we'll just crunch that number.
That's more than it's,
It's 30 something.
revenues, 200 million, depreciation, 25%.
So instead of funding 38%, we'll be funding 37% or 36%. That's what it,
Right.
that's what I'm trying to understand.
The thing is, we're on
I'm just trying to understand that.
What are we funding
I've
now?
got
30.
3 waters split out, so currently 3 waters are 54% depreciation funded, and non-3 waters is currently at 50%.
And it was going to go up by what this year?
That's what it is sitting at now. What I don't know is what it did last year, but on average, it was 34% first
So
year.
it's quite,
So
right,
it's gone up
quite a lot.
Yeah.
So it's just reducing that a little bit.
But we've been in the 30s, early 30s.
But then I'm hearing, well, not, this side of the table is not in favour.
So
Rest of
other
the table-
other than reducing it by 1%, more expensive, but look good, and it's going to save me, you know, $50 a year, $1 a week. What is that achieving?
Saving that amount of money.
Today,
I think,
but it's causing
I
I
think there's,
more later.
I think, you know, coming out of this, look, I haven't completely settled, but I'm reasonably happy that we've made some savings in some places and, you know, we're heading in the right direction. You know, just want to signal that, but there's some major questions and I think one of them is depreciation, because I don't think depreciating everything at the same rate actually makes any sense at all.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, at Harwea, we've just replaced a whole series, or in the process of which we depreciated the previous one, not at all. Now, if you take a swimming pool, for instance, I don't think, you know, you're always going to have a big capital project to replace a swimming pool.
We don't depreciate.
Well, we do, because we depreciate lots of things, but.
Yeah, but we don't depreciate those community assets as far as I
Well,
know.
okay, well, that's a question. My point is, we need to understand all that, because each of them have different ways of funding and each of ways of replacement, and now a complete replacement of project shot over from scratch in 50 years' time would clearly be a difficult thing to fund. So I get there's a different reason, a different driver there. So I don't know, I just think it's more nuanced than we're giving it credit for, and I don't think we understand depreciation well around this table, to be fair to. And I think we want to do some work on that. As I said, the DC, the growth thing is still an absolute creamer for me, in terms of being the #1 source of money that we are leaving on the table.
That's for the LTP, though, isn't it?
Well, it's
So where are we at now?
So I start from the bottom.
Well, provisionally,
Um,
I'd like to, you know, 2 million from depreciation sounds great. That's like a sugar hit. It's just a sugar hit. And where does it come from? What's the policy? Have we overfunded something that we can underfund? Or, like Gavin says, because when you defund depreciation, you're robbing from the future. So I'd like to know what we're robbing or what we are not depreciating. So I don't want to be just a stupid person who says, lop off the 2 million, you find it, and I'll walk away.
How about like?
It's our debt headroom, isn't it? Basically, that's what it comes back to. It's just into our debt headroom. So there isn't a pot of money that's sat there that's got the name of.
It's not as
such
simple as
fucking
that,
amount.
I think, because we still pay down capital using development contributions, so we don't rely, we're not only reliant on depreciation to fund pay down capital, so it doesn't mean that you're stuck with all the capital if you don't depreciate.
It's all in the revenue and funding pots. We just need to read it. My concern is that we've said here, council has accepted it's not reasonable to fund depreciation where a community has funded a water or sewage scheme by lump sum contributions or loan charges. There was a question about double charging. Because
add some clarity to this.
that community ends up paying twice for loan charges and depreciation.
In their lifetime, not just future generations, in their lifetime, they pay for it twice.
Well, that lifetime.
Well, this is the thing, it's starting to
Which
get.
is about
Okay,
exact.
Catherine.
So I was going to suggest, I think I suggested earlier, is that we could utilise the finance committee and have a paper on depreciation to show because it isn't equally.
No.
Each asset's got different rates. So, at some point, somebody's made a call around why these amounts, but yeah, just looking at these tables and tables of this.
So in terms of the decision that we need to make in June, is that able to come back in an optionalised way?
No, because we're going to be tabling a document that's finalised. We won't be able to change, besides spelling errors. We're not going to be changing the financials. Also, at the same meeting, we're going to have the rate strike resolution. So
it's going to be a yes or no, basically, position around the table.
I guess the question is how important is that magical 10% number to us? To me, I don't mind if we're under. I don't mind if we're at 11. Given the savings that we've got, I don't have to force the issue to get under 10.
And bear in mind you've got rate capping potentially coming, so you don't really want to cut to your bone right now. So
I would say it's just for optics. 11's pretty good.
I mean, we were at a point when we were in where I think 9 was the absolute maximum. You know, we had a cut-off point. We couldn't be, and we've been sitting at 13, 14, 15, 11, you know, and it's become the norm. But you get to doubling your rates so quickly. And that's why we've got a problem. And that's why things seem like, oh, it's just a little bit, but it's cumulative effects.
You're also saying, but don't touch depreciation.
What's that?
But yours is
Yeah,
don't touch
it's
depreciation.
kicking the can. I'm saying we should be reducing where we can reduce things, and not to austerity. And everyone, when I say that, it's like, oh, you can't cut this because it's terrible. And I'm talking about finding the waste, and there's always waste in the system. I mean, we just found, I call it waste, but the ambassador program was just sitting in there and we didn't know about it. There'll be all sorts of lumps like that we can, you know, pull down as much as we can, and over time, over a decade, that makes a massive difference to your total rates bill. It's just being disciplined. And we're not taking the time, I don't think, to be really disciplined around this table. I don't know, we're taking staff's word that they've gone into detail, but it's all a matter of what we value and we don't. There's an awful lot of lines.
Okay, so yeah, rate reduce. I don't think we've got
If we could adjust the increase in appreciation so that we give more of a signal that we're listening to the community and still keep within good audit expectations, then I'd be happy with that. You can deliver that.
Are we going around the table? No?
I don't really want to. At the moment, officers are somewhat confused, councillors. It would be really helpful to have a little bit more.
They're going to have to invite division.
Yeah, you put the meeting is 11 to 4:30.
Yeah,
that was the list of information.
At 11 as well, and again, there's a lot because of future rate caps, and also knowing that this isn't a strategic move, this is a political move. So yeah.
okay.
But again, we'd have to literally count them up. You would. So we're probably
usual practice.
I think just going to Mitch's point and to Q's point, I don't know what that number is because we, you know, you've sort of had 50%, 54%, 36%, whatever. I don't know what the number is that if you didn't increase the depreciation as to what that would actually mean. I still don't know that, but
because you could argue if it's really important to keep funding it, we should actually do it faster.
Well,
I mean,
I know.
There's some serious nuance here with
so you know,
depreciation. I think.
The long-term plan says to get to 67% in 7 years' time, whatever it is, by 2033. So if we don't do any this year, there's more to do.
But that's not the question. That's not the question. No, it's not at all. It's reducing the amount of increase marginally this year, because otherwise we're asking the least, those who can least afford it in our communities to increase their debts to reduce our debt level. And I don't think that's fair.
So it is the question, because then you've still got to catch up to get to that.
Yeah, eventually we've got plenty of time to get there, and we can do that.
Okay.
We reduce it a little bit.
The same amount next year, but the difference is Well, we could do that. I mean, if you.
What we do know is how much it's saving our revenue to 1%.
I just said another.
But I mean, it's at the margins, isn't it? So if you're thinking, if you defunded depreciation this year, and then when we come to the long-term plan, we use our differentials to make up the difference, but put the impact more squarely on the high-value properties, which is not as equitable taxes, but you could hold it over for a year until you fundamentally change your revenue and financing policy to shift the burden onto those who likely have more. Unfortunately, you can't guarantee that they do because there are people cash poor with, you know.
But there's ways to manage that.
But also, Nikki, as much as I agree with you, it is only they're only paying, it's like 40 or 50, $40 to $100 that is saving in the year if we reduce it by 1%. Like that's where
it's the big changes I'm looking for.
Yeah.
It does make a difference.
When we talk about the rates cap, that'll be when water is separate, which means that our rates would be half as much. So how do you sort of justify it being like a percentage? We're not working on the same baseline, so.
In fact, it'll be harder to.
Yeah.
To.
So then in that respect, that argument's not really relevant, is it?
There you go.
Yeah, that's right.
I just wanted to make one observation from the back row. There's a lot of chat back there. The thing that I think you were hitting on, Councillor Bartlett, was the exceptional circumstance that we're in currently, the global crisis. And I just want to bring it back to that. And if we have councillors who are mindful to trigger the depreciation on the basis of this annual plan, I think there's a really good story that we can tell about that being an exceptional decision. And so I just wanted to bring it back to that again, and don't know if that helps to try and align the thinking a little bit.
Well, I hear what you're saying. I think the problem is at the same time we're approving funding for other nice to have projects. If we weren't and we were doing it, we would have a bigger increase and we would have a profit story to tell because it would be consistent.
The difference is that those projects have been through a really considered engagement with the community board.
But not with the community.
Or
the way back, yeah, but not recently, not in the recent context. Like,
I mean, this, I hear what you're saying. I think that's helpful. It gives us something to bridge where we are now and the discussion we have to where we will start exploring the long-term plan.
With other funding mechanisms as well.
Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion? I mean, I suggest, it's probably the last remaining point that is unresolved here. I think if we did a real quick round the table, do you favour the current proposal, which is 11%, or do you favour considering, subject to advice on what that means over the next couple of hours or Monday morning, a reduction through the depreciation to get us below 10%.
Yeah.
And that seems to be the last remaining point we've got here.
Mel's online too, so she.
Now she said what she wanted.
Yeah, true. So I'm happy to put yes or no.
But do we go? Do you want to put it to the vote? Just
No,
but like procedurally, how do we actually?
So I'm just on the latter is like I do think we're 2 months ago the world has changed and I'm suffering. Hang on, just you get your turn, Nikki. I'm actually struggling with cost of living right now, along with everyone else in our community. I favour creeping under 10%.
I favour sticking with where we are at 11%. $50 a year may isn't worth the ongoing offence of reducing it by 1%. To me, it just makes it like we're doing it to look good.
I think from where we came from, where we've got to today, and looking elsewhere in the country, I'm comfortable with 11%.
So, I've actually swung the other way. I think I've talked to a lot of people who are in desperate, dire circumstances, and I'd rather work for them than overlook those concerns for $50. So I'll support the second one.
What's the second
one? Which was the
subject. To get it below 10.
Same, even though it annoys me.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate, we're not here to say, even to consider what the effect is on me.
Mm.
It's the effect on our communities.
Yeah.
So I'm sticking with where I've been all day.
Which is what?
That, to look to reduce it to just below 10.
Using depreciation.
Yeah, reducing the increase in depreciation marginally to make it clear that we're listening to our community.
It's not lowering it, it's increasing it by less amounts.
I see using.
Yes, if you like.
I understand the
Yeah.
ethical debates on both sides. It's fine.
There are.
It's the additional projects that's got me. I can't fund nice to haves and then defund depreciation. Just doesn't make any sense to me either. I don't know. Can't tell you now.
Same. Oh.
Yeah, not on the boat.
Number 9. No,
Could make a difference.
I don't see the point in it. I don't know. Given
Yeah,
the
I think, you know,
Rather dig into
what I'm doing, I would prefer to drop it down to under 10. And to get it 64. If the economic development calculations throw something on the table, I'll take that.
Yeah.
As well.
So can I just confirm then, what we're actually hearing is that we have some that are happy at 11 and probably a few more that want us to explore what 10 or slightly sub 10 looks like. Majority of whom are comfortable with us using depreciation to do that. Noting, of course, not.
Correct.
No, I'm not. Fine.
really
Majority
rule.
Okay. Okay.
That's
I
right.
want to hear the detail of what that extra 3 million is.
Yes, yes, you're working on
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, if it goes down to 8, excellent.
We need to tell this story in the paper that comes back to you in June. So we want to tell the story very clearly about Luggett and Hawea. And do you want to lean into this being an exceptional decision if we do go down the depreciation route?
I think we've got somebody sat at the back of the room that's going to tell the story very clearly.
He's a journalist.
I think the thing is we're listening, but you know, if we picture this as well, like Luggett and Hawea, yeah, I think that helps. We still haven't solved the issue. They're still going to be concerned.
Yes,
and,
need to speak to them.
and the issue with the other is if you are saving $50 a year, you're going to be saving quarter of a tank over a year. So let's not picture it as this thing.
Which for some people is not getting to the supermarket, you know, so.
Yeah. I don't think it's extraordinary.
Business
as usual.
It's a reasonable response to an extraordinary situation.
But just
That's really more
Acknowledging the cost of living crisis.
exactly,
Thank you.
which was raised in your submission process.
Yeah.
Be good if we can get it down more though.
Trying to make this happen.
Okay. So, yeah, that's right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow.
Oh, yeah, we're right.
Hey, 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 hey.
Oh,